Abraham, as long as you've gotten yourself an inhaler, we will be okay. Not me coming into whatever the hell this music is. Not high enough. There we go. That's a little bit better. What's up, homies? How's it rocking? How's everything going? How's it rocking, popping, socking, blocking? Okay, Abraham, I'm glad you bought an inhaler. I'm no longer gonna scold you unless you are drinking a Monster and a coffee right now. Hey, Mr. Frisbee, how's it going, homie? I hope you're doing great. I'm so glad you're here. I love you so much. Rachel, oh my gosh, you were watching the Shane Dawson podcast? Literally same. Glad you popped over though. I'm so glad to see you. Guys, I'm terrible and I forgot my chapstick, so I'll be right back. I gotta get my chapstick. It's literally over here. I can see it. not me almost falling down. These non-grip socks are not helping me right now. Alright, I'm back. I'm back now. Zero Monster, Abraham, I'm so proud of you. So proud. I do not have to scold you. This music is really popping tonight. How is everybody doing though? Wow, welcome to the stream. We are doing a horror reaction stream tonight. One of my favorite things to do, my good friend BK has curated a whole entire playlist for me to watch on YouTube, so that's gonna be fun. Hopefully no CR strikes tonight. We'll see. Nice socks, yo. Oh my gosh, hold on. I can't lift my leg that high. Wow, I'm kicking the trash can. But they are grippy socks and they're penguins. These are my favorite socks right now. They're kind of dirty because I wear them like every day, but anyway. They're like my house socks. It's like when you have a pair of slippers. My non-slip socks are very much like my slippers. I love them. They keep me from falling down. Luna Wolf, hi, how's it going, homie? It's good to see you. Abraham, thank you so much. This music really popping. Really popping. Guys, listen. The stream is probably not going to be super long tonight. Only because the new Fall Out Boy album comes out at 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Y'all. And Grandson's new single Drones drops tonight. And I'm about to start a whole mosh pit right behind me in this room. I don't have a lot of room in here, so I might hit my head, but I'm about to throw down. And Fall Out Boy just announced that their new music video is gonna be the sequel that I have desperately wanted for years. To This Ain't a Scene, It's a Goddamn Arms Race. Like, y'all, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so freaking. Anyway. Frisbee, how was my day? My day was pretty good, actually. It wasn't bad. I worked this morning and some into the afternoon. I did cakes all day. We are bringing in some new seasonal items at the store, so I got to work on all of those today. And then I came home. I washed my hair. So fresh, so fresh. So I washed my hair. I'm feeling really good. I did my makeup because I was looking like a trash panda today at work. Like, I had to be there kind of early and kind of slept in too late, so I had to kind of rush to eat breakfast and get to work. So I looked like a hot mess. So then I came home, washed my hair, did my makeup, did a few things around the house, got ready for stream, ate dinner. I had loaded fries with tofu, goat cheese, parmesan, and something else I can't remember, but it was very good. Oh, BK, no, homie, sorry. We're over here on YouTube tonight. Leroy, what's up, homie? What is up? Frisbee says, damn, you're gonna have a good night for sure. Heck yeah, homie. Like at 12 a.m. I'm off of social media. I'm out. I'm off. So I can enjoy the new Fall Out Boy album and Drones, the new single by one of my favorite artists right now, Grandson. He's going on tour. I'm hoping I can go see him. Like, I've not seen him live before, but I've watched videos of him live, and it just seems like insane. That's on my bucket list, is to see Grandson live, and he's coming somewhere near me this summer, and I really, really want to be able to go see him. Tickets are super cheap though. They're only like $25, so I'm hoping I can go. Got my fingers crossed. BK, yeah, homie, I'm watching your videos tonight though. All of the ones you sent me. I'm so freaking excited. I cannot wait. Leroy is smoking a doob and watching Avengers. I mean, go off, homie. Do your thing. I got some expo marker on my hand. I was putting my work schedule for next week on my calendar, and I hit my hand with a marker, which is nothing no one needed or wanted to know anyway. Alright guys, I'm ready to hop into this. Are you ready to hop into this? Yes, of course you are. You're here and ready to watch this, and I'm just babbling. What is new? Alright, let's see what we got. Why is it not up? Hold on, please. BK, oh no, that's not cool, homie. That's not good. I understand though. I definitely understand. I am in that same situation a lot of the time because it's hard for me to wake up in the morning. Especially if I have to be at work. I'm just like pushing snooze 45 times and I'm like, this ain't it. I don't want to get up. I want to stay in this bed forever. I want to become the bed. Anyway. Big Bird, hey homie, how's it going? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to see you. What is up? What is brackin', brah? How are you living? Hope you're doing good. Let's hop into some scary stuff. BK is my expert horror fan, and I think he has provided us with a good playlist of scary things to watch. He even made me a playlist. It says playlist for Princess. That's me. I love it. I love it. Bigger, that's okay. You're here now, and that's all that matters. I'm so glad to see you. I am so freaking glad to see you. Guys. I'm going to get I forgot to tell you guys. I usually tell y'all when I'm going to get my nails done. I'm going to get my nails done next Tuesday. I'm excited. I'm ready for these bad boys to come off. Big Bird, you came as fast as you could. Wow, I'm honored. I am so honored. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Frisbee, how was your day though? I didn't even ask you how your day was back. I'm a terrible friend. I'm a terrible friend. Don't look at me. But how was your day? Did you have to work? Oh yeah, you did have to work. Duh. How was your day at work? So, I'm drinking this sparkling water and it has like this circle with words in. I was like, what? What does that say? It's like, let me be your wing can. Get it, like wing man? Whoa, Frisbee, it was your first hands-on. How did it go? Like, were you okay? Did you have lots of questions like you anticipated? Also, guys, I had this pineapple bubbly water, but I've ordered some new sparkling waters. They should be here soonish. And I'll surprise you with them later, but they're the Ouroboros brand. They had a new flavor I really wanted to try, so that'll be coming soon, and I'm really excited. So we got this bubbly one for tonight. Cynthia is also here. I just partially filled her up. Cynthia is my emotional support water bottle. Frisbee lovingly named her Cynthia, and now I call her Cynthia every day. BK, yes, put some water in the fridge. Stay hydrated. You, Frisbee, you were worn out? I bet so, homie. I bet so. But it was a good day, right? I hope so. I really hope so. Alright, guys. So we're gonna watch this first video. This is the creepiest videos on the internet, #1, by Blame It On George. Whoa! Frisbee, you're too fast! You got them speedy hands. You're like... I could never. Frisbee's too good. Too good at everything. Too good at playing guitar. Too good at balloon tower defense. Too good at his job. Frisbee's amazing, y'all. He's amazing. He played me like real people do on guitar, and I was swooning. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Frisbee's so talented. Frisbee, I'm glad it was awesome as heck. I'm really glad you had a good day. Ooh, BK, I did not know about that. I'll have to try those. Those sound good. Big Bird, you play guitar? The Dead Traveler, hey homie. I've not watched the channel Slapped Ham and Scary Comp. I haven't watched those. Anyway.
White House. Why you never
Gotta
became
turn
a
this
dancer.
up, I can't hear it. So this is the first scary video, and I really don't like that. It's reminding me of the Teletubby son, the baby son. BK, what is this? Please enlighten me. I really don't feel good about it. We're gonna skip ahead a little bit.
1933.
I don't like that. Ooh, Dead Traveler. I'll definitely keep that in mind.
This next one is called The Peanut Vendor. It's an experimental piece by filmmaker Len Lai in 1933.
Alright, this was filmed in 1933. Wow. If that ain't my sleep paralysis, Steven, I don't know what that is. Wow. With the beret? Iconic. That's me. That's me, y'all. Wow. Oh, and them long arms. Yep, just like my sleep paralysis demon. Wow, I love this. This is giving me, Coco, the Disney animated movie. That's what this is serving. It's serving Coco. Yep. This one isn't too scary, but I do love it a lot. I think this is fantastic. Wow. Iconic. It's the tail for me. Wow. Wow. Okay, hold on. Oh, BK says Slapped Ham is just okay. I trust BK. Big Bird, you blew your hand up? What do you mean you blew your hand up? I hope you're okay. Dude, Frisbee, yeah, like the animation in this in the 1930s, like unmatched, homie. This took so long to do. It's just very impressive to me. Frisbee, exactly. Man, I bet the animators had so much fun doing this though. Yeah, that was honestly incredible. I loved it.
Next up is a classic called Dining Room or There's Nothing.
Oh no. Why is she holding a spoon, homie? Why has she got a spoon?
See red.
No. Oh no. Blow her up. She creeping me out. Set her on fire. I don't love this. I really don't love this. Oh. She woke up.
Is nothing.
This
really
one is
hated
one that I
that.
actually kind of find.
I really hated that, and I expected there to be a jump scare. I was really glad that there wasn't. I was just like holding my breath and waiting for it. I was like, so glad that there wasn't. Also, guys, if you see me like fiddling with my finger a lot tonight, I was putting a new pin on my bag last night, and I stabbed myself on accident, and it's really sore. I put a band-aid on it. It's been fine. It's just, it hurts. It's sore. So I keep messing with it when I should just leave it alone and let it do its thing. Frisbee, yeah, truly peculiar. You were right.
Pretty interesting. It's called The Illusion of Bias.
Ooh, the illusion of bias, okay. Are you the kind of person who naturally wants to discover new sensations beyond their mind's own precipitation? Not precipitation, God, don't listen to me. Oh, a piece about life after death? Okay. I would like to say I'm not a good-natured person. Don't come for me like that, thank you. Do I remember the last time I felt nauseated? Yeah, I do. This is very unnerving. This is very unnerving. I like the way it's filmed though. It's very creepy. Oh. I'm squeamish, y'all. I'm a little squeamish. She lost perception of her own face? Oh dear. Oh dear. Just blew her the heck up. Oh dear indeed.
Everything is going to find its place. Just relax and go with the flow. Just go with the flow.
Ah. This is mildly concerning.
I know music help. You want to see your face again. But now you can wake up. Open your eyes and you will be able to see your face
Dark Knight
again.
Horror? Yeah, I'll check it out. Oh no, I cannot stand this. I cannot stand this. Like when you turn all your lights off in the room at night and you're the only one in the room, you're the only one in the bed, but you swear you see something that looks like a person standing somewhere in the room. I hate it. I hate it. Disgusting. Ew. Yeah, nauseous and paranoid indeed. Yeah, that is terrifying. That is... Oh no, poor girl. That's awful. TV... I'm mixing up my words. BK, listen, same. Like, I have to have it completely dark in my room when I go to sleep. I cannot stand any light to be on. But I totally feel that. I used to be afraid of the dark for a very, very, very long time. I always had to have like a night light or just leave all the lights in the room on. Like, ugh. I'm not that way anymore, luckily, but I totally get it. Oh. Poor thing. That's awful.
This last one, I have no idea what it's saying. I have no idea what's happening, or it's just weird. It's just weird.
Oh, Jesus. No. No, ma'am. Why does that look like, the, guy from, Star Wars? I can't remember his name. Like Darth Vader's boss? I've never watched Star Wars. I don't care for it, but that's what that... Is it Palpatine? Is that his name? This looks like some kind of weird music video. I kind of love this, to be honest. Do your thing. Get it, homie. He's killing it. He's a pop star. I don't know what language this is, but this guy, he's killing it. I hope he's prospering in his music career. Wow. Okay, I love that. Bum 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 ba-dum. This is not something I will forget. This tune is catchy. It is Palpatine? Okay, Frisbee. Okay, I got you. At the disco, okay. Wow, I love that. A random... Oh, that was a gun. Oh dear. That's concerning. I dig it. I dig it. He's killing it. Bum 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 bum. He's living his best life. Me. Wow, this guy's an icon. I dig it. I dig it. Me. Frisbee, yeah, though. Yeah. I agree. I agree. That's a really cool swing. I want to know where that swing's at. I love a swing, y'all. I love a swing. This is very interesting, very interesting. Yeah. Oh, this is the most lighthearted? Okay, okay. I should have started this the other way around, but that's okay.
On November 25th, 2015.
Okay, this one is... How do you say this, BK? Aratius? I don't know. The mysterious word you shouldn't search for.
Anonymous user took to the 4chan message boards to post a summary of a strange conversation they recently had. The conversation was with a girl who was, at the time, homeless and in a band. She was working for a company that was in the process of closing all of its locations across the country. Her job was to pack boxes at one of their factories, and she was working with just one other guy. Apparently, both of the employees were given tape guns to steal the boxes.
Okay, I love that the woman avatar here is like, she's got hair, she doesn't have a face, but she is obviously a lady, and the guy's just like a head and a body. Like, very round body, and the woman's got really nice shoulders. Iratas? Or yeah. I'm bad. I'm so bad at pronouncing words. Iratas. Okay, I got it. Iratas. Kind of sounds like erotica. Frisbee says lighthearted, LOL. Indeed.
Most of the things in the factory had labels for their respective departments, but the label on her tape gun was different. It had a certain word written on it. A word which leads to a rabbit hole full of secret codes, surveillance conspiracies, and deleted YouTube channels.
Oh shit.
A word that read, Eratas.
Eratas. Oh, okay. I'm so curious.
What is erratas? When the girl inquired as to the nature of the word, her co-worker told her to get rid of the tape gun and to not mention the word to any supervisors. He said that one of his jobs years before was writing code to flag any employee that searches for the word in their computer system.
Oh,
Apparently, any
shit.
employee who looked up the word erratas was scheduled to be fired.
Hmm?
Even more unsettling was the job description. The girl explained that the atmosphere at the factory was hellishly unhappy and that everyone was just doing what the computer system would tell them to do.
Oh,
Even
no.
weird
Oh, no. Is this like some AI shit? Oh,
useless
no.
shit.
Oh, dear.
A month
The
later,
second
on December 19th, 2015, another anonymous user posted on 4chan asking if anyone had software or IT related jobs on the East Coast between 2000 and 2010.
Yo, I'm from the East Coast. Already creeping me out.
This is the second time erratas was mentioned on the message boards, and the anonymous user refers to it as, quote, some sort of sketchy HR related program. Later that same day, another anon posted a reply. They suggest that erratas might be a system that allows a, quote, specific third-party company unconditional access to employee information, unquote.
Huh.
They conclude the post by mentioning 3 companies they believe to be a part of the system: UPS, Unilever, and Ecolab.
Ecolab? Oh. Ecolab comes in my store. Oh, no. UPS delivers my mail. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Another month later, on January 25th, 2016, a
Chronos
post was
for
made in the
life?
music message boards by a user who wanted to create a new genre of music called Deep Internet. The user suggested that the music would be built by sampling obscure YouTube videos. The user included a set of links, one of which led to a YouTube video called YouTube is Monitoring and Controlling My Life by a channel named Chronos for Life Jurassic Park. This channel believes himself to be a victim of erratas. The video was uploaded 2
Oh,
days before the
shit.
user's post, and in it, the uploader talks about how YouTube's algorithms had targeted his deceased mother's tribute videos to the Jurassic Park movies. He also refers to some secrets she discovered in the original Jurassic Park trilogy. Due to the mysterious nature of Chronos' video, 4chan users began investigating the channel's other videos, and they found one called Jurassic Park 3 Tribute Re-Upload. On the surface, it seems to merely be a compilation of Jurassic Park 3 footage. However, near the end of the video, there's a secret embedding of Morse code which can be heard. I've edited the audio so that you could hear it better.
Oh, I can hear it. Dude, what? How they gonna be like playing that song and then putting the Morse code in it? Like, what are they trying to say? It's the freaking weekend, baby. We're about to have some fun. Oh dear. Yeah, BK, this is so cool to see how he's upped his game. I think that's so cool compared to that first video. That's definitely Morse code, though. I have heard some Morse code in my life, and that is Morse code.
Independent researchers have isolated the code, and it states the phrase, Hollywood Astral Projection Clinic.
Huh.
No further explanation is given. The next day, on January 26, 2016, Chronos for Life uploaded another video called Here Goes Nothing, which claims to be bait for the erratas algorithm. The video description reads, if it flags this one, that's some spooky shit. Yet the
Me.
video itself is even spookier. Turning on automatic captions reveals a few hidden messages at key times. And the thing is, automatic captions are added by a computer text-to-speech program. They can't be edited. At 12 seconds, it reads, are far from over, 200 Corbin, Kentucky, 40219. At 52 seconds, it reads, 1111111. At 1 minute and 46 seconds, it reads 10.3%, 10.4%. And at 2 minutes and 17 seconds, it reads overthrow the government.
No, overthrow the government? I mean, feel that, but okay.
Let's quickly go over what we know so far. There's supposedly a system called Erratas that gives third-party companies access to employee information, and anyone who looks into it is targeted, such as Chronos for Life, supposedly. Good? Great. Because now it gets weird. Among the hidden messages in Chronos' video, we find the address 200 Corbin, Kentucky 40219. The zip codes assigned to Corbin, Kentucky are 40701 to 40702, and the zip code for 40219 is for Jefferson County, Kentucky. Therefore, we can say that this address does not exist. Nevertheless, this address was listed on a Bandcamp page for a band called KFC Murder Chicks.
Huh.
Their Bandcamp page has since been taken down.
Oh.
Based on the research done by 4chan users, it turns out that KFC Murder Chicks was an allegedly homeless girl band produced by DJ Roswell. It's also been mentioned that one of their members worked in a warehouse. Kind of like the girl from the first 4chan post. You know, the one that was homeless and in a band.
Do what? Do what? Oh dear. Oh dear. This is seeming a little dangerous. Dude, Frisbee, I could not even imagine. I would be so freaked out. I would be flipping.
Looking deeper into KFC Murder Chicks, we find one of their videos on YouTube that leads to a strange connection. The video, from November 21st, 2015, 4 days before the first mention of erratas on 4chan, has the word erratas right in its description.
Oh.
It was posted by a channel called Todd Ellsworth. Todd Ellsworth is also the display name for the Twitter account Erratas or Rust. Both the Twitter handle and the YouTube video description used to read Erratas or Bust, but since then both of them have been changed. No one knows why. Then the rabbit hole goes even deeper. Todd Ellsworth is an anagram for The Lost World, as in The Lost World Jurassic Park. This implies some connection between Todd Ellsworth and the Chronos for Life YouTube channel, which had the address for KFC Murder Chicks secretly embedded in one of its videos.
Yeah, a whole triangle
Around the time when
action.
Erratas was going viral, Chronos for Life apparently released a Q&A video. Though the video has been deleted, a transcript remains. In the video, Chronos describes erratas as a system used by dozens of companies as a copyright enforcement tool, but makes note that the system could be used for other things. Strangely, while speaking, Chronos suddenly interjects a statement about Jurassic Park, recommending the movie and claiming the second film is their favorite. When asked about erratas, Chronos mentions two possibilities. The first being that his mother's Jurassic Park tribute videos were targeted merely as coincidence. The second possibility, however, raises a red flag. Chronos claims that the errata system might still be coming after him after all these years. The transcript doesn't include any information as to why erratas would be targeting Chronos. He concludes the session by mentioning two companies, 3M and Unilever. It begs the question, is erratas truly a complex AI system used by multinational companies for copyright enforcement and employee tracking? Let's look deeper into Todd Ellsworth. The Twitter account for Todd Ellsworth is now private. Before going private, the account only had 3 bizarre tweets. One of them, from November 20th, 2015, contained a strange image of an elongated face. Further investigation reveals that the image is a police sketch of a serial rapist, last seen in Maui, Hawaii.
Oh shit.
During the time the erratas mystery was going viral, this image appeared again on another video on the Todd Ellsworth YouTube channel. The video was a 666 Trap Slime remix of a Gorillaz song, and the image was the cover art for the Gorillaz Demon Days album, with the bottom right square replaced by the image of the serial rapist. In the video's description was the text, "Classic track from his deleted SoundCloud. Whatever happened to Trap Slime anyways? He was just blowing up." It turns out that this track actually originated from the SoundCloud of user Green Boots, who is Patrice Moss, one of the members of KFC Murder Chicks.
Oh.
Many researchers have speculated as to whether Todd's reference to a he is a mistake, since it can be assumed that Todd and the KFC Murder Chicks band are somehow associated.
Dude,
Another
this
one
is
of Todd's
freaking
tweets stand
crazy.
out. In it, he mentions the deepest part of the deep web being the Postal Service. It's been suggested that Todd's mention of the
Postal
deep web is
Service?
a sly reference to the deep internet music genre from the post in the 4chan music boards. Nevertheless, what makes this comment interesting is that KFC Murder Chicks also made a post regarding the Postal Service. Though their original post has disappeared, blogger Arecibo has preserved a copy of their response when asked about the post, where they expressed distrust in the Postal Service and suggest that they're, quote, tied in with a lot of government's more unsavory activities, mainly a
Excuse me? What? Do what? They're tied in with a lot of the government's more unsavory activities. Spying, profiling, general disregard for constitutional rights, all that fun stuff. What?
disregard for
Huh.
constitutional rights. Even though the KFC Murder Chicks
Oh, and they had a
page
Tumblr
has been
page?
deleted,
Oh, wow.
their Tumblr page remained active. Users took to asking them questions on the site, trying to link the band to the whole Arata's mystery. Some questions stand out. With reference to the strange photo of the serial rapist, one anon asked, "Have you ever been to Hawaii?" To which
As
they
a
replied,
band,
as a
no.
band, no. When asked about
Mm.
Aratas, they simply replied, like Magic/Yu-Gi-Oh! Arata. And when asked about their favorite movie, they replied with being a fan of the Carnosaur movies, which are widely taken to be a spin-off of the Jurassic Park movies. Although the mention of Carnosaur movies is similar to the seeming obsession Kronos has for Jurassic Park, the Tumblr account doesn't really lead to anything, and the band's other posts have nothing to do with Aratas. Guys, honestly, there is so much more we can go into. We can talk about how KFC Murder Chicks mentions Todd Ellsworth as an author, and how they even mention him in one of their songs.
If you are Todd Ellsworth, or a relative, heir, or descendant of Todd Ellsworth, please immediately contact the bank to reclaim over $5,000 belonging to Todd Ellsworth.
That is so
We can dive
creepy.
into DJ Ross
That is so creepy. I hate it.
as well,
I hate
and the
it.
theories about his involvement and who he really is, but at the end of the day, it all just feels like a hard detour from the Arata's mystery. Unless, of course, that's the point. I mean,
Yeah.
if Arata's exists, and if it is some sort of top secret government tracking and copyright system, then it doesn't make any sense for the name to also be the algorithm that is meant to protect it, if it just serves to delete mentions of itself.
Frisbee, yeah, that was apparently one of the KFC Chicks songs.
Kind of
yeah.
defeats
I don't know. Chaos Hillbilly, hey, what's up, homie? What's up? Hope you're doing great. Dude, yeah, I'm so curious. I'm so curious about this. I want to know more. BK, do you have any more on Aratas?
the purpose of keeping it a secret, though it does make for a neat little mystery. What we're trying to say is that maybe Aratas is not the name of the system at all. Maybe it's simply a code word for something greater, a decoy to prevent any curious online investigators from discovering the real truth, with safeguards full of supposed clues to keep them well distracted. Sure, some of them do lead to dead ends, but isn't that what they would want?
Yeah, that's exactly
I'm not
what they
saying
would
this
want.
is the truth, but it made more sense the deeper we investigated. Maybe this is the big secret Kronos for Life mentioned he discovered early on. Maybe I myself am making myself a target by mentioning this to you all. No new information has been uncovered for years. The original 4chan threads have been deleted. Many users were even banned.
Frisbee said, don't search for me. Yeah, they might
Some
target
for
me.
copyright infringement, which is odd for a site where that's usually the norm. There was even a YouTube channel called Exer Herb that had been covering the Errata's mystery until 2016, when the channel went
that's
missing.
2016 wasn't that far away, y'all. Like, that's not that long ago. Okay, so BK says, so the thing about erratas originally was that mentions of it were getting wiped from the net. There are an absolute ton of people on YouTube that covered it at various points. Are those videos still active or have they been deleted?
YouTube user Toxicologist created a video regarding his sudden disappearance, claiming that Exer Herb created KFC Murder Chicks, but we couldn't find any evidence to support this. Other theories include him being behind Erratas as some alternate reality game, or him going insane after visiting the Hecate station, which was his last video on his channel. One thing is for certain though. Searching for erratas now leads to a web revolving around meme sites, the KFC Murder Chicks, and obscure YouTube channels. Many people believe that the whole thing was just some ARG. Well, if erratas is something that is meant to be kept hidden, then they've done a good job at keeping it that way.
Oh, that ending was good. That ending was... That was beautiful. That was beautiful. The larger ones were made? BK, that's so interesting to me. You would think if they were so quick at wiping it... Well, I don't know. Maybe they're just trying to keep it like kind of like a conspiracy theory at this point and letting a few videos remain. I don't know. Has anybody talked about it like in recent years, BK? Or is it just like in this specific time period, like the 2016-ish? Is there any modern like 2023 updates on it or 2022? I'm really curious. That's really interesting. Chaos is playing DMZ and watching. I'm glad you're watching, homie. I'm glad you're here.
This video is
Okay, Raycon is sponsoring this video for this person. Love that for them. Nexpo? He covers it. When did he post his video though, BK? 40 minutes. That is kind of long. But does Blame It on George cover like the same things that Nexpo does? Or is it like vastly different? You think the biggest videos were 3 years ago? Oh, that's still pretty recent. Dude, that's wild to me. That is so freaking crazy. Dude, I don't even know. Wow, that's crazy. That's really wild. Let's get past this ad that we don't care about. There we go. Man, BK, send me the 40-minute long video on Discord because I want to watch it. I don't know if I'll watch it tonight, like with you guys, but like I do want to see it, like even if I watch it in my own time. Man, I don't want to search for it because I don't want to make myself a target, but I'm so curious. Man. BK, have you done any research into it other than the videos that you've seen? You want to know? I bet it's probably got its own Reddit. I bet it does. Ooh, BK, that is really good to know. I need to check out his stuff. Sounds right up my alley. Okay, so this next video BK sent me is family haunted by disturbing voicemails. And if you guys have seen one of my YouTube lives before, you know I love a haunted voicemail. Or a creepy voicemail. Ugh.
For many, true horror is when a place of sanctuary gets infringed upon, especially by a stranger or even
Right
worse,
on.
someone who wishes to do us harm. The first place to probably come to mind here would be our homes or our bedrooms. Imagine someone breaking in while you sleep, or even
Ooh,
worse,
no, hate
living
it.
right under your nose. With that said, what
Ooh,
if
foggers. Ooh, I cannot stand a fogger, y'all. I've talked about this several times. That I cannot stand a fogger. I cannot stand a fogger. A fogger is someone that like secretly lives in your walls or like in your attic or your basement and you don't know they're there. And they're just like kind of mooching off of you. Ugh. Ugh. Like I always think there's a fogger in my house, but I literally have nowhere in this house for a fogger to be. Like I live in a very, very small house. There's nowhere for anyone else to be except for me. But I'm like, who's in here? It is the serial killer mug? Or are you asking? Two months ago, KFC Chicks released a new album? Oh, shoot. What were the songs on it? Oh my gosh, I'm so glad Frisbee's taking one for the team here. Wow, okay, tell me more. Tell me more. Do they have like any sus, song or song titles? Oh man. Oh man. Brainbot is probably the best creepy channel on YouTube. That's good to know. Well, I will be the judge of that based on this video. Frisbee, you should have went incognito mode. Abraham, I'm coming to stay the night at your house. I cannot. I'll be too scared. I need to get a hunting knife to put in my mattress, I guess. Cause after that, I'm sus. I'm scared. Frisbee, were any of the song titles sus though? I feel like we need to dig into this, even though we probably should not. Guys, I'm not very tired. I'm just very yawny. I've been up for a long time today. There are 21 songs? That's a long ass album, homie. That's a long album. What the hell? Whoa, from last year? BK, send that to me. Send that to me. Wow. Oh, I'm so curious, y'all. I'm so curious. Very sus, Frisbee? Yes, it is very sus. It is very sus. Oh my god, guys. Also, unrelated, I'm so excited for my friend Ghoulie. I just got a $15 off coupon in the mail from Hot Topic, and my friend Ghoulie is on the campaign. Look how beautiful she is. She's this one right here. I absolutely adore her. I'm so proud. I'm so proud. Love her so much. He is Ghouliekun on Twitch and on Instagram. Go give her a follow. I love her so much. Oh, you can listen on Bandcamp? I ain't. What if they're talking about Todd Ellsworth in there? in his $5,000 that he ain't picked up from the bank. No, I hate it. I hate it. Chaos. Oh my gosh, haunted. Absolutely haunted. No. I'm so curious about erratas though. Oh my gosh. Guys, but I don't want to look it up because I'm scared. I'm a scaredy bean. I'm a scaredy girl. I can't listen to that album though. I'll be too scared. I'll be too scared. Anyway, moving on. But let me know if you find any more about erratas, BK, Frisbee. Let me know. I will not be listening to that album though. I'm too scared.
An intruder wasn't necessarily haunting you physically, but instead doing so from a distance. There's no denying that these days our phones are a part of us, no matter how much we would like to.
Pause. I was just gonna say though, I bet you if I went digging for erratas, I get a copyright strike. Or a copyright claim. I bet you anything. Peak Billy, what's up, homie? Hey, I'm doing great. I hope you're doing good.
To deny it, in many ways they become extensions of our very being, and to lose control of them could mean destabilizing our entire lives and mental well-being. The constant paranoia would be exhausting. We'd never know if we were being watched or listened to, maybe even having our locations
Yeah,
tracked.
I just spit.
This
Or I
steep
didn't spit.
unease plagued not just one, but several individuals residing in Washington state a little over a decade ago in an incident known as the Kirkendall phone stalking case. And here is how it happened. What would eventually morph into a tangled web involving dozens of people all started with one family.
Frisbee, no
Kirkendalls.
shit though,
In
no
February
shit.
of 2007, the family began receiving strange messages from an unknown caller, ID'd only as restricted. At first, the comments made by the caller seemed juvenile, something a teenage boy might assume passes for legitimate comedy. But it didn't take long at all for things to take a dark turn. The messages became more and more volatile and even threatening. The caller or callers would deliberately intimidate the family and make them question their safety. And to make matters even worse, it seemed like whoever was doing this actually had some bite to back up their bark. According
Peak Billy, I'm glad you're awesome. It's hot though. It was hot here today and I was like, ugh, disgusting. It was in the 70s and I was like, I don't like sweating. I hate sweating. I detest sweating. It's disgusting. Big Bird, be quiet, homie. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. No.
to local coverage in the News Tribune, the attackers quite literally had their eyes on the family, presumably hacking into their phones' cameras in order to spy on their every move. At one point, they received a message in which the caller described the clothing worn by
Ooh, Frisbee, yes, that technology horror does hit difference. By the way, Frisbee, did you finish Red Rose? Have you finished it yet? Ooh. Peak Billy, it's gonna be worse tomorrow? Disgusting. I'm sorry. I don't know what the weather's gonna be here tomorrow. Hold on, I'm gonna check. I am snorting. I am. I did. I got really tickled at a text my friend sent me. I was gonna see what the weather was though, or what it's gonna be tomorrow. It's gonna be a very hot 79 degrees tomorrow. Jesus Christ, I'm not leaving the house. Frisbee, okay, listen. Listen, I'm glad you finished it. You're still theorizing who the actual murderer was, though? I think it was a group of the people in Red Rose who did it. I think it's kind of like in Nerve, or if you've seen Control Z on Netflix. Oh my gosh, Frisbee, watch Control Z on Netflix. It's so good. It's really similar to Red Rose, but it's more like teen angsty. It's really good though. You should watch it. Hold on, I'm about to sneeze. It's not coming. Anyway, I think what it was, the murder there, Frisbee, it was a lot of, it was probably a group of people like that the head of Red Rose sent out to kill people. I think that's what it was. Because they were all participating. All of the viewers were actively participating in what was going on. They were like going out and watching and doing all this shit, it was so crazy. So crazy. It's like when you meet the gardener at the end. I don't think the gardener was the killer. I think the gardener told people in that group to go kill. Frisbee, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. They were probably enlisted by the gardener and told to go kill, and they were like, oh, okay, that would be so fun and so entertaining. And they did. And probably didn't think anything else about it. I'm curious to see if they'll do a second season, though. Like, how, where it left off, it was like in, like, Japan or China or something. Billy Peak, we are talking about Red Rose on Netflix. So good. So good. Also, Control Z. For you, Frisbee. Go watch it. It's so good. And with Control Z, there's like 3 seasons, so you'll have a lot to watch. BK, I'm so jealous of your hammock. I am so jealous. I would love to be able to lay out in a hammock, but I have no trees to hang one in. Tanning weather? I mean, you go get that skin cancer, boy. Go get that skin cancer. No, I try not to tan too much because I don't want skin cancer because it runs in my family. Rachel, you watch Control Z? Oh my gosh, wow. Rachel, have you watched Red Rose yet? Have you watched Red Rose? Oh my gosh, go watch it right now. After the stream. After the stream. If you haven't watched it yet. Red Rose is a lot like Nerve, the movie, or Control Z. It's so good. Oh my gosh, Peak Billy, I'm so excited. I'm so excited for you to watch it. Anyway.
Courtney, the household's 16-year-old
Frisbee, that's what I'm saying. Rachel approved. You gotta watch it. You've got to watch it.
And believe it or not, it gets even worse. The Kirkendalls were not only being watched, but were also being recorded. Their own conversations often sent right back to them in the form of voicemails, which the family would receive almost daily. At some points, the harassment even escalated to the point where the family might have actually been in physical danger. They reported hearing, quote, banging and screaming at their windows at night on more than one occasion. As anyone would, the Kirkendalls went to the local police to report the ongoing harassment, but instead of a solution, they were met with a bizarre twist. When the restricted number was traced, it led back to Courtney, the very girl who was supposedly being spied on via her phone camera by some clandestine creep.
BK,
But
oh my
why
gosh,
would this
you
be?
lucky
The
dog.
Kirkendalls insisted
Lucky
that
dog.
Courtney wasn't
Doing
responsible,
your
and
bugs is
according
still,
to
though.
them, the phone had been acting on its own. Yes,
Oh my god, this is Red Rose. Frisbee, are you seeing this? This is Red Rose. The phone is acting on its own. The phone opening the camera app. The phone posting on social media for you.
You've heard that right. The family would claim that they tried to make the mysterious outgoing messages stop, and when all else failed, they even turned off Courtney's phone, which would somehow turn itself back on again.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, the family was so convinced that someone else was doing this that they themselves volunteered a cash reward for anyone who could help expose their stalkers. It goes without saying that police, on the other hand, were skeptical, and many simply pointed the finger at the teenage girl, but as this was going on, more trouble was brewing elsewhere. The nearby Price family had also been enduring the same harassment, presumably due to their relation to the Kirkendalls, as the two mothers of the household
All of those
were
houses
sisters.
are the same,
The pair
though.
found themselves
That's
in a
kinda
joint
crazy.
effort to make the calls stop and to clear Courtney's name. After all, she seemed to bear the brunt of the attacks. The mother and aunt at one point decided to pay a visit to police to follow up on the investigation, and that's when they received yet another message. This time, the voicemail contained their conversation with detectives, a clear
Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, man. That is wild. Because they even switched service providers and phones? And the stalkers still got in? Somebody had it out for Courtney, y'all. Somebody had it out for her. This is a Red Rose if I ever seen
dismissal
it.
by whoever it was listening in on them. By this point, Courtney's runaway phone had continued sending out messages even beyond the boundaries of the family. According to further reports by the News Tribune, Courtney's friends also received some degree of these bizarre messages. It seemed like anyone who was in her contacts list was being targeted, and at one point, the bullseye landed on one Taylor McKay, Courtney's friend and next-door neighbor. Soon enough, the messages would spread to the entire McKay family, and so would the threats. At one point, Mrs. McKay claimed that she'd been slicing lime.
How is she slicing that lime so thin? I would really like to know what kind of knife she's using for that. That's a 10 out of 10.
Limes in her kitchen, and that's when she received a message stating, quote, "I prefer lemons." Another family, the Zimmermans, had heard
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I would have thrown my phone in the toilet and I would ran out of the house. I would have become a forest person. I would have became a forest person. Oh my god. Because, bro, I would have been moving to the woods and trashing all my texts. Same.
about all the chaos surrounding the community and offer their sympathy, which seemed to cause them to be targeted as well. This time, the caller made inappropriate comments towards the household's teenage daughter, Kayleen, whose phone was supposedly later hacked into. From there, a photo was downloaded from the phone and emailed directly to the girl's mother. Perhaps worst of all for the Zimmermans was one episode in which the father of the family claimed to hear a suspicious noise coming from near Kayleen's room, and there he found a window busted in and a nightstand tipped over. Now, luckily, their daughter wasn't home at the time, and needless to say, she could have potentially dodged a bullet here. As the months continued to go by, the disturbing incidents continued.
Why didn't the police do anything about this? Like, they're targeting so many people? Why aren't the police, like, tracking down who's sending these messages? Bro. What?
At one point, for example, while Courtney was out babysitting, the hackers managed to call the cell phone of the child she was meant to watch over. This was clearly crossing the line even more than it already had. Again, local law enforcement was stumped and pretty obviously convinced that this was entirely a hoax. The Pierce County Sheriff's spokesman...
They thought it was a hoax? What? Sorry, my leg's itching. What? Y'all. What in the hell? What in the hell?
Had told the News Tribune that their department had their IT guy
dumbass
on the case, and despite over 50 hours of work, he couldn't figure out how any of this was possible. Likewise, a Sprint representative by the name of Matt Sullivan also told the paper that in essence,
Y'all, not gonna lie, I'm with Sprint. This is getting me a little sus. I know Sprint is now a part of T-Mobile, but
no tech capable of such a thing even existed. Now, what I just said is a bit questionable, and I'm willing to bet that most of you are hitting that doubt button hard enough to break your tables in half, and security expert and consultant for US Congress James Atkinson would absolutely agree with you. Atkinson explained to the News Tribune that what had happened here was not only plausible, but also, quote, "You do not have to have a strong technical background for someone to do this. They probably have a technically gifted kid who is probably in their neighborhood." And to ABC News, he stated, "You can take photographs remotely, you can track the person's position, you can figure out where their phone is. Most cops have no idea how this is done." Now, having said all this, this only means that it's possible for this to have been the work of an outside entity, maybe even a classmate of Courtney, but even so, why?
Frisbee, I think I'll be okay. If somebody hacks my phone, I don't have anything that they can really have. Except my identity.
Some speculated that this might have been a form of cyberbullying directed at the girl, but if so, then why bother with the dozens of other people? I suppose teenage boredom could explain anything, but regardless, what happened here most likely violated several laws, everything from the obvious harassment all the way to wiretapping, and not to mention the several times where the victims claimed the stalkers appeared at their homes. Now, if this was all done by Courtney, it somehow makes less sense, and to add to the mystery, it almost seems like it couldn't have been her, because at one point her phone had been taken away for the investigation,
Why would it be her?
And lo and behold, her number still sent out messages. With that in mind, it does seem way more likely that her phone wasn't actually the device used to send the voicemails. Overall, the Kuykendall family had replaced their cell phones and opened new accounts several times, but nothing stopped the attacks. Again and again, they continued to pour in, and what made them eventually stop is actually unclear. Reporting on this story seems to dry up around mid-2007, so we can assume that the calls stopped, but as for why, well, it's possible that the Kuykendalls themselves don't know the answer. Regardless, it's the concept here that's chilling. Whether this was real or a massively convoluted hoax involving the participation and silence of dozens of people, we all fear the idea of being watched or spied on, our privacy being invaded. And what's even scarier is that this took place way back in 2007, and since then, stories like this have only become more prominent and easier for sketchy individuals to make a reality. Thank you so much for watching, and I do hope you enjoyed the show.
Man, that's freaking crazy. That does sound like Red Rose for sure, though. For sure. That gives me the chills. I don't like that. Man, guys, let's all just get burner phones and ditch the internet. That's how I feel about that. Man. I still need to talk to you guys every day, though, so I have to give you guys my phone number if we all get burner phones. Chaos, no, I know who she is, but I do not watch her. I think everybody, super loves her, though. Keep my Instagram. Just still posting every day, but I don't have internet. I just have a random burner phone, and I go to the Heat parking lot just to get enough Wi-Fi to post my picture, and then I'm like, man, I'm throwing away this phone. See you guys tomorrow when I get a new phone. Oh, TBD, hey homie, how's it going? I hope you're doing so good, guys. I don't know why, but my chest is itching. It's getting a little red. I hope I'm not having an allergic reaction to something, but it's itching. Anyway, TBD, I'm so glad you're here. I hope you're doing so good. I love you. Best moderator, even though YouTube does not have moderators, but my favorite Twitch moderator, my only Twitch mod, TBD, is in the chat. New phone for each post, yeah. I'm going to get a new phone today. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Dude, I be having to look great every day, though. I'm gonna just have, a treasure trove of pictures to post from. That would be really hard. Because some days Bean looks like a whole garbage pail. TBD, I'm glad you got a nice long sleep. Much deserved, I'm sure. What time is it in the UK? I have no idea. Alright, guys. The next one is the cattle mutilation phenomenon. It's by
This
Rainbow
video
2.
is sponsored by Babbel, the
Babel. What's up, homie? We're not watching that part of this video.
regular viewer on this channel, then you're probably wondering why I'm even covering this topic, so let me explain. A couple of weeks ago, I was sitting around stewing in the chaos that is modern-day America, wondering how conspiracy theories became so mainstream. I thought back to the good old days when conspiracy theories were
Me, when I do a conspiracy theory video, honestly. Oh, it's 1:28 p.m.? Dang. TBD, I didn't know it was already afternoon there. That is crazy.
mostly harmless, and that's when I thought, whatever
Guys,
happened
I'm gonna
to
make
the whole
myself a
cattle
tinfoil
mutilation
hat
thing
like
that
that
used to
man
happen
to
in
wear
like
on
the
my next
60s? You know, the whole
conspiracy theory
phenomenon
video.
where farmers would find their cows dead, supposedly killed, and subsequently dismembered
Oh
by
yeah,
any
I've heard
number
about
of
this
things
before.
ranging from aliens all the way to cults.
Wow,
To
that
answer this
alien was
question,
me.
I sought the knowledge of elders, which these days means a quick search on google.com, and what I found really wasn't what I was expecting. First
Rachel, shut up. You are so beautiful. You are beautiful. Much more beautiful than I. Yeah, the tinfoil hat is me posted on social media. I'm trying to get this thing to have Wi-Fi. Oh, 1:28 a.m. I didn't think it was that late over there in TVD. I really did not. I was like, okay. Yeah, BK, I've heard about this before. I've also seen this referenced in a lot of movies.
First off, my idea that this phenomenon was a product of the past was actually wrong. I went to Google expecting the first several results to be fun write-ups looking back at the goofy idea that extraterrestrial beings might have an unusual interest in our bovine brethren, but instead
sirree.
I found stuff like this. These articles are incredibly recent, with stuff like rancher reports mutilated cow and the ominous detail, not one drop of blood. And I assume that this applies to everyone else too, thought that these things weren't still going on, or at least that they'd been—
That's it. You scared to go out without a gun? Guys, not gonna lie. Here in the South, having a concealed carry permit is a big thing. Just about every grandpa around has a concealed carry. They always walk around with a pistol on their hip. And honestly, I want to go get my concealed carry so I can also walk around with a pistol on my hip and feel like I'm badass. Be like, hey y'all, that is my gun. It is. Don't make me shoot you with it. I'm an idiot, guys. I'm an idiot. Ooh, Frisbee, true that. True that.
debunked to the point where people no longer believe that there was anything fishy happening. Again, I was wrong. And after that initial Google search, I also discovered that at one point the FBI got involved in all this. Yeah, I know. But anyway, before I explain the FBI's involvement in all of this, let's take a step back. When exactly did this phenomenon start, and what are its characteristics? If we're strictly going for the term cattle mutilations,
Burnt Americano, what's up, homie? How's it going? We're watching the cattle mutilation phenomenon. No, we're watching all sorts of things. All sorts of creepy, spooky, scary things. Oh, the hells! Oh my god! I would have never known if you didn't tell me. Burn Americano is a great freaking name, though. I love that YouTube name. Bells, though. What is up, Holmes? What's up? I'm so happy you're here. I'm so ecstatic. I love you so much. Frisbee, yeah. Bean with a big iron on her hip. Nah, I know how to shoot a gun, though. I think that's a given in the South. I think everybody knows how to shoot a gun. I ain't shot one in a very long time, but Bean knows how. Rachel, oh my god, you fully support me in my CC. Thank you so much. Me and my mom are wanting to take the concealed carry class at some point. Don't love my mother, but I will go take a concealed carry with her. Chupacabras are real. I believe that, Chaos. I believe that. Oh my gosh. Vales, you are one of my biggest supporters. I love you so much, homie. Of course, of course. TBD, is that the laws in the UK? That is crazy. Yeah, here in the US, it is absolutely legal to own a gun and carry them as long as you have a concealed carry permit.
Then we can assume that technically it's been going on as long as agriculture itself. Newspaper archives from as far back as the 1800s mention the mutilation of cattle, both unsolved and with explanation, and I'm sure records from before that would mention similar instances as well. If we're talking about modern history, however, then we might be able to attribute the cattle mutilation phenomenon to one specific unsolved death. That of a horse by the name of Lady. Lady lived on a ranch in Colorado up until she was found dead by her caregiver in 1967. According to Alamosa News, the caregiver found Lady on her side with her head, quote, stripped bare to the bone. The cuts were described as precision and not being the result of the chewing and gnawing of animals such as coyotes. Even stranger, a potent chemical odor said to be similar to acetone surrounded the area. And somehow, no blood was found at the scene. Once the story made its way to the public, it became infamous, and the Alamosa News claims that both visitors and locals alike began reporting strange phenomena, usually involving being stalked by what they described as strange objects. Of course, there's much more to the story here, but for the sake of getting back to the topic at hand, I'm just going to let that go for now and say that the takeaway here is that the story of Lady is a pretty good example of most cattle mutilation claims. In nearly every case, a farmer will claim to have found any number of cattle dead with cuts made to the body that seem almost surgical in nature. Oftentimes, this will also involve the removal of the animal's sex organs or other soft tissue, and keep in mind, somehow this all happens without any blood being left at the scene. In 2000,
how does that even work? If there's no blood left at the scene, Vels, it is aliens. It's aliens. I'm convinced. Rachel, you and Bird always carry? Oh my gosh, I'm glad. I'm very glad for that, especially with you and all of the baby birds. But yeah, I think that's awesome, and I'm glad you support me in my decision to want to go do that also. I think that's wonderful. Bells, you would do it? Yeah. You're in what, California? Yeah, that's what I thought, California. Yeah, California's an interesting place. Interesting place. BK says he hates what the media's done to the chupacabra. That's fair. Yeah, that's not what a chupacabra looks like, BK. I totally agree with you. That's ridiculous. Bell said, do the aliens want burgers? They probably do. Chaos, same homie, same. Because those pyramids, too chiseled for human hands. Too chiseled for human hands.
19, it was like deja vu. 5 bulls were found dead in Oregon, and according to NBC News, quote, there was no indication it had been shot, attacked by predators, or eaten poisonous plants. The animal's sex organs and tongue had also been removed. All the blood was gone. Now, these are the base attributes of this phenomenon, and with all that said, how common is it actually? My initial assumption about cattle mutilations was that it was the result of a few isolated cases, and the rest were either embellishments or straight up folklore. But nope, I was wrong again, sort of. There obviously isn't a centralized cattle mutilation reports archive, but there were definitely more than just the few cases I initially expected. Pinning down just how many, however, is when problems arise. If you look into news reports alone, you're bound to find dozens, even hundreds of cases, but some other sources will claim that that number is as high as 10,000 over the last several decades. Keep in mind, that's just an estimate, and I will add that it tends to be a commonly parroted number amongst less credible sources, so take that with a grain of salt. A couple hundred to several thousand is obviously a massive discrepancy, so it is worth noting that this isn't a uniquely American thing. In 2018, an Australian couple found one of their cows dead, and yes, you guessed it, it had its udder, ears, and tongue seemingly surgically removed. Last year,
That is so wild to me. That is so wild to me. Who is out here cutting up these animals like this? Like, I'm really curious. What if the aliens are just out there with like some lasers just Bells, we won't kidnap you. I promise. TVD thinks it's Oompa Loompas. That's fair. Vampire sucking all the blood down. Vale said Dracula loved McDonald's. Oh, Vales, have you ever seen? I know it gets such a bad rap. But the Dark Shadows remake with Johnny Depp, and Johnny Depp's woken up after so many years. He's like, and he sees the McDonald's sign. He's like, Mrs. It's so funny. I love it so much. Oh my gosh, I cannot get over Nick Cage playing Dracula, y'all. I really cannot. It's so much. It's too much. Too much. I seen a trailer for it when I went to see Scream, and I was like, oh Jesus Christ. I don't know how I feel about it. Majestic Mode! Hi, how's it going? I hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing well. Majestic Mode, thank you. So many people hate on Dark Shadows, but it has such a special place in my heart. It's the last movie I saw with my dad before he passed away. And I don't know, I love that movie so much. It brings me so much joy. It's got a star-studded cast. It's got Johnny Depp, Helena Bonham Carter, Michelle Pfeiffer. Beautiful, beautiful cast. Anyway.
BBC reported on incidents of cattle mutilation in France, where again, things such as ears and genitals had been removed from the animals. And by the time of the report, 150 cases were being actively investigated by local authorities.
That's a lot of cases,
like I said
y'all.
earlier, the FBI did get involved in investigating cattle mutilations in the US, specifically in the late 70s, which is hilarious.
Oh my god, Belle's same. I am absolutely terrified to see Nick Cage as a vampire.
To this day, the FBI website lists animal mutilations under unexplained phenomena and even provides documents relating to their investigation. One of the first bits of correspondence features a letter to the FBI from then Nebraska Senator Carl T. Curtis regarding, quote, a series of incidents stretching from Oklahoma to Nebraska in which cattle have been dismembered in some kind of strange witchcraft cult.
Witchcraft cult? That is a letter to the FBI. How can you say witchcraft cult if you're not 100% it was a witchcraft cult? That's sus to me. That's really sus. I wonder if that's like code for aliens. Majestic, wait, what? What? You're homeless? Dude, what? Homie, why are you... What's going on? What's going on? Let me know. Don't make me worry about you. What's happening? I hope you got a place in Seattle to stay. Harry Potter Club, LOL.
Were questions about whether or not the FBI should even be investigating something like this, whether it was their
the
department
FBI
or
should.
not. But Senator
Unless they're
Curtis
covering up
wasn't
the
only
aliens.
member of government asking for the organization's involvement. Despite all this, however, the investigation was ultimately inconclusive. Certain reports pushed the idea of these mutilations being the result of natural predation based on veterinary testimony, and in the end, that's more or less what the FBI stance ended up being. The logic here being that the animal died naturally, which is the thing that happens, and then decomposition, along with various insects, caused the soft tissue, i.e. tongues, eyes, sex organs, etc., to go first. As for the lack of blood, science would traditionally explain that with gravity, since once your heart stops, there's nowhere for your blood to go but down, pooling within the confines of the corpse. There was also never any solid evidence connecting these events to any kind of cult, and investigators weren't exactly entertaining the more outlandish theories. Still, it's amusing to think that this whole thing even made it that high up the ladder, but of course, if we consider the economic aspect and how expensive livestock can get, then it actually makes a fair bit of sense. So, where does this leave us? Technically speaking, cattle mutilations to this very day are considered unsolved, both by the FBI, like I said, and as a cultural phenomenon. If you ask around, people will swear up and down that they have the definitive answer to why these things occur, be it aliens, cults, El Chupacabra, government experimentation, or just plain animal cruelty or natural death. And yes, people still do believe in the cults or aliens angle.
Me
in
in the
2021.
tinfoil hat.
Normally, I'd probably be the type to be a smartass and poke fun at the people who think that ET is doing this, but you know what? I'm not going to do that. We live in a world where people believe far crazier shit these days, so yeah, I support the aliens all day. But taking it back for a second, I just want to close this out by saying that given the sheer amount of cases and just how widespread they are, there isn't any one answer. In case you've never heard of it, the one-cause fallacy is when we take a complex issue and assign it a singular cause, when in reality it's probably attributed to a number of different factors. What I mean is, sure, maybe someone back in the 70s killed a cow because they thought that they were going to summon a demon.
Yeah,
this
I could definitely
doesn't
see
mean that the next case
that.
wasn't a completely natural death with decomposition as its culprit. Hell, cow tipping is apparently a thing amongst bored rural kids, so maybe that has to do with it too, who knows. Maybe the aliens were the ones actually tipping cows. But anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. If you're still listening,
Honestly, I wouldn't put it past these really, really crazy people who think they're in a cult to go out and do this to animals. Like, cut off their genitalia or their ears or whatever. I wouldn't put it past them. I think that's very plausible, honestly. That, or obviously aliens, I support that theory 100%. So, it's really interesting. Mold homie, I'm very, very happy to hear that you're getting the help you need. Very happy to hear that. And Frisbee gave like the best thing I could say. May the road rise up to meet your wills. You've got this, homie. You got a whole team supporting you. If you ever need anybody to talk to, or just vent, or just to hang out with, come hang out with me in the Discord if you can, or hit me up on Instagram. You're not alone, homie. You're not alone. We're all here as a family, and we will support you and raise you up the best that we can. But you got this, homie. You got this. We love you. Ooh, BK, yes, give me that suggestion. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm here for it. I am here for it. But yeah, Mold, we're all here for you. We love you. We're a big freaking family. And I wish you the best of luck. You got this, homie. You got this. Everything's gonna be great, Mold. Everything's gonna be great. I'm really glad you stopped in though, even though you're having a hard time. I really appreciate your support and you being here. It means a tremendous amount to me. I really do appreciate it. You getting to hang out with your friends in the airport, homie. Not so bad. Not so bad. TBD says it's the Cow Mafia versus the Cow Crips. And the Cow Ballers gang warfare. Uh-oh. Alright guys, let's go to the next video. Oh my god. BK knows me so well. 5 disturbing true cell phone incidents. Ugh, I love this.
Warning, this episode contains content that may be disturbing to some viewers.
There's
Viewer
the warning.
discretion is advised.
This may be disturbing, so if you don't want to be disturbed, please leave.
Cell phones. We rely on them for almost everything nowadays. They are our news source, our direct line to family and friends, our entertainment. But technology often has a way of turning against us. A ringing phone lost in a wreckage, a missing teenager, and an impossible stalker. All on this week's episode of Seriously Strange.
Ooh, seriously strange. Alright, I feel it. By Rob Dyke. What's up, Rob? Vales, right? That is a beautiful beard. That is a beautiful
When we lose the ones
beard.
we love, we may instinctively pick up the phone to call them, but it's not exactly
Not as good as
supposed
Frisbee's,
to
I have
be
to
the
say.
other way around. Charles E. Peck sat among 224 other passengers on his train, traveling out of Los Angeles. It was a little after 4 p.m. and he just had a job interview for a position at the Van Nuys Airport, a job that would mean he could finally marry his fiancée, Andrea Katz. Things seemed to be looking up for the father of 3. Life was moving forward, but perhaps a little too quickly.
Ooh.
It was September 12th, 2008, and unfortunately
Sus.
it would be Charles's last day. Charles's Metrolink train ignored the red signal ahead of a single-lane track where a freight train was coming from the opposite direction. Neither locomotive had time to stop, and the trains met head-on in a collision at a total speed of 83 miles per hour.
Jesus
The crash left
Christ.
behind a tangled mess of metal, tracks, engines, and the passengers that had been on board. Meanwhile, Andrea Katz was on her way to pick up her fiancé at the train station when breaking news of the crash was broadcast from her car radio. Frantic, she contacted Charles' family, and they all met at the station, waiting anxiously for any signs of their loved one. Prospects were heavy, though, as emergency responders...
Oh my god, Vales, bye, homie. Go have a good dinner. Go have some great food. Thanks for stopping in. I really appreciate it. You're great. Chaos said Teddy Roosevelt knew something about the aliens. I believe it. I believe it. Bells will catch you in the Discord in a little while. I'll be there. Probably crying about Fall Out Boy. 83 miles per hour is majestic. That's what I'm saying. That's freaking crazy. BK, if that's his real last name, that's kind of crap, to be honest. He can't help that's his last name. He didn't ask for that last name. YouTube, do better. Do better.
Counted over 100 injured to that point, with a
Thanks,
rising
BK.
death count. But Charles' loved ones held on to a pulsating hope when they started receiving incoming calls from Charles on their cell phones.
Oh,
they answered to the
no.
sound of static, frantically dialing him back only to be met with his pre-recorded voicemail.
Oh,
But even though
dear.
he wasn't answering, he kept ringing. Call after call came in to his brother, his sister, his son, stepmother, and fiancé, totaling 35 calls.
Oh, no.
11 hours after the crash, the calls suddenly stopped, and Charles still hadn't been found. but first responders continued searching using the signals from the phone calls to trace his location. Then, an hour later, emergency workers finally found Charles, deceased. After examining his body, they concluded there was nothing they could have done, as Charles had died upon impact. The phone that dialed his loved ones for 11 hours after Charles passing away was never found amongst the wreckage, and no explanation for the calls could ever be determined. In a terrible twist.
So, like, I've heard of this same kind of thing happening when a loved one has passed away. I think I saw a video about one of the people that was killed in the 9/11 plane crash, that one of the family members kept getting a phone call over and over and over again from one of their loved ones that was in the towers, and like they would answer it and it would just be static. And I really do believe that this is like this happens after a person has died and they're kind of in that spot before they move on. Like, they're just kind of out of their body and they're trying to let all of their family know, like, hey, homies, I'm dead. Like, but I think I'm okay. I think that's crazy. Homies. Wow. Crazy. But yeah, I've heard of this kind of thing happening before, so I'm not, like, super shocked by it. But I do think it's, like, some kind of paranormal kind of stuff. Oh, BK, that makes sense. That makes sense. Chaos, I bet they do have some crazy stories. Majestic said Red Rose style. Dude, we were just talking about Red Rose. We really were. Majestic, have you watched Control Z on Netflix? Let me know. Let me know. We were talking about that too. I want Frisbee to watch it. BK, dude, yeah, I think that's so wild. I really do think it's when the person is, like, first out of their body and they haven't moved on to the actual afterlife yet. Whoa, Majestic, that's crazy. That's crazy. I bet she was distraught for years. I couldn't even imagine. Dude, I couldn't even imagine. That's so wild. Rachel, what? That's... what? Whoa. Whoa. That's wild. That truly is crazy. Wow. Okay, Majestic. So it's a lot like Red Rose. I don't want to spoil it. It's a little bit more dramatic than Red Rose. Like, it's more of a, like, kind of, I don't want to, it's more like teen drama-y, but it's still really, really creepy. Like, it's on the same tier as Red Rose is. Like, it's the same kind of gist. So, definitely watch it and let me know what you think. It's such a good show. And there's like 3 seasons, so there's a lot to watch. It's in Spanish, but they have it where you can listen to it in English if you don't speak any other languages, because I don't. So I listened to it in English. But it was really good. Oh my goodness. Majestic Mode, you are such a sweetheart. Oh my goodness. You're a good man. Good man.
Of irony, investigators believe the train's engineer was texting instead of paying attention to the tracks.
Oh no, he
was
was
the cause
texting?
of the collision.
Texting and driving, y'all. Ooh, an unexpected guest.
When you set the table for 3, but a 4th shows up unexpectedly. An internet user only known by the name of Mariano posted online, shaken by an experience he'd had with a cell phone on the 4th of November, 2014. He'd been sitting at the dining room table with his girlfriend and her mother, enjoying a normal evening, when all of a sudden, a bright flash illuminated the room, followed by a click, and then another, and another. A cell phone resting on the table was taking picture after picture, all on its own. The phone
Oh, that's some
belonged
red
to
rose.
Mariano's
That's some red
girlfriend's
rose.
mother, and once the flashes stopped, the true terror began. The three looked at one another from across the table in silence, bewildered and a little unnerved by what had just happened. Surely it had just been a malfunction. The mother picked up the phone and rifled through the photo library to see what the camera had captured, and at first it seemed as though it was a technological glitch. Each picture was blank, that is, until she reached the last one. Beyond the camera's flash at the bottom, she could see the vague outline of something, but what it was, she wasn't sure.
Oh,
Mariano took the picture and
no.
after adjusting the exposure and brightness, was met with an eerie image, a figure with sunken eyes and a snarling mouth. After, he sketched what he saw to give internet users a vague idea of what he sees when he looks at the photo of the uninvited, unseen guest. Mariano
Ah,
has not
well, it's like me
made
when I
any
wake up in the
updates or
morning with
posts
sunglasses
since.
on. That's crazy. That's wild, though. I hate that.
You never know which phone call will be your last. May 13th, 2008, the last day of finals, meant freedom for 19-year-old student Brandon Swanson. He celebrated his successful survival of his first year at community college with friends, laughing and looking forward to the summer ahead. However, summer was about to get off to a rocky start. Around midnight, Brandon phoned his parents to tell them he'd crashed his car into a ditch and needed a ride home. While stranded, Brandon was certain of his location just outside of Lind, Minnesota, and directed his parents
Oh my god,
to
bye,
his
Abraham. I
location.
love you
But
so
when
much.
Brian
Have a
and
good
Annette
night.
Swanson arrived, there was only
I
darkness.
think you're probably
and
going
their
to
son
work,
was
so be
nowhere to
safe.
seen. Confused and growing worried as the night
Don't
grew
fall asleep.
deeper, they called his cell phone thinking he must just be down the road, but Brandon saw no sign of them either. At this point, he told his parents to meet him in the parking lot of a local nightclub instead.
I'll try to
and
keep
he
having a
stayed
good
on
time.
the phone with his father for 44 minutes as he walked
Love
to
you
his
so
destination,
freaking much.
seeming calm, when all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he shouted an expletive just before the line.
An expletive. He was cursing. He was cursing,
Yeah.
y'all.
Brian's blood ran cold as he dialed his son's phone over and over with no response. Friends, family, and authorities searched all night. Police found his car trapped in a ditch but located 25 miles outside of Lind, and his cell phone calls were triangulated 20 miles away from the small town, meaning Brandon was more lost than he originally thought. Scent dogs led
No
authorities to
monster
the edge
or
of the Yellow
coffee,
Medicine River,
Abraham.
which was
No
flooded the
monster.
night Brandon disappeared, but
Take your
thorough searches
inhaler.
of every major and minor waterway in the area turned up nothing. Still, Brian and Annette Swanson called their son's phone over and over for days, and it continued to ring, meaning if Brandon had taken a plunge, he'd dropped the phone somewhere beforehand. Even with no sign of Brandon, the search continued for days, months, and then years. And to this
Chaos,
day,
I'll be
neither
here.
Brandon nor
I'll
any
be
of his
here.
belongings, including his cell phone, have been found, as if he had vanished into thin air.
Jeez. That's crazy.
Technology makes staying connected with friends and family easier than ever, even from beyond the grave.
True.
Frank Jones of Lancashire, England,
Whoa.
was no stranger.
Wow. Look at him. And in the Blondie t-shirt, he's styling and profiling. With the chain? We love a style icon. What's up, Grandpa?
Stranger to eerie phenomenon. In 1988, he'd bought and moved into a home in the small community of Blackpool with his wife and children, but things were far from normal right from the start. The previous owners gave the Joneses an ominous warning of the house's sinister activity, which Frank brushed off at first. But then the Joneses began to experience it for themselves. Water spigots turned on full blast on their own. The children had the sheets pulled off of
Abraham. Small coffee. No monster. Majestic, I should talk about the Avril clone conspiracy. I should. I really should. I don't want to give my opinion because it's controversial. Maybe someday. Maybe someday.
Of them in the middle
Oh, my
of the
mother
night,
just
a
texted me.
putrid
Jesus
smell and a
Christ.
heavy feeling pervaded the air, and doors would slam without any force behind them. Frank's daughter Maureen recalled being home alone and enduring a terrifying hailstorm of noise. Footsteps thundering up the stairs, drawers and cupboards being thrown open.
Whoa, and
rifled
he's
through.
got sleeve tattoos? Is that his wife? She's young. I mean, go off, Grandpa. Wow. Grandpa's lit. Look at him. I want to be as cool as him when I'm old. Man, what an icon.
Frank himself felt paralyzed in the presence of this malevolent force, an entity they nicknamed the Thing. The Joneses did what any sane family would have done at this point. They called in an exorcist. The Fleetwood Spiritualist Church arrived at the Jones residence and immediately felt the presence of an invisible spirit.
Oh, that's
trapped
his
between
daughter?
two
I thought that was
worlds.
his wife.
The church
Oops.
cleansed the property, and Frank thought that would be the end of it. And for 15 years, it was. In 2003, Frank lost his son Stephen to a brain tumor, and then his wife Sadie just 3 months later to a heart attack. Sadie, up until her dying day,
Oh.
kept her cell phone close, finding
Oh, she's a cutie pie. Look at her. She looks like a sweet grandma.
comfort in the modern convenience, always just a phone call away from her children and her husband,
Oh.
no matter where she went. She was buried with the cell phone in her coffin. After returning home from
Oh no, this reminds me of Mr. Harrington, I don't know. Mr. Harrington's phone on Netflix. I'll give you the rundown because it's a short film. It's on Netflix if you want to watch it. It's about like this kid, he goes sits with this old man, the old man dies. I'm not gonna, if you want to watch it, you can go watch it on your own time. We're not watching it here. But it's really simple. There's this young boy. He sits with this old man. The old man dies. The little boy gets the old man a phone. The old man is like obsessed with the phone. Gets buried with the phone. And then like the boy is getting calls and text messages from this old man who's died. It's really good. Oh my gosh, Majestic Mode, you've seen it? Oh, yes. Yes. Rachel, you've seen it? Oh, it was so good. It's such a good movie. I loved it. I loved it so much. BK, I totally agree with you. I'm seeing this a lot with Melanie Martinez right now. She's about to release a new album, but she's created this character, and she made her first public appearance since she announced her album is coming out soon at Lollapalooza, and she was dressed up as the character, and everybody is so upset about it. Like, a lot of people are like, yes, girl, live your dream, do your thing. And then everybody else is just bashing her for it. It's kind of sad. Just because it's so different than the other two albums she's put out. Oh my gosh, Majestic, me too. It was so good. It was so good. And, like, when the boy had moved away, and then he heard that teacher had got killed in a drunk driving accident, and he come back home and found the phone, and he was talking to Mr. Harrington. Amazing.
Sadie's funeral,
It was
Frank
so
noticed
good.
he had a missed call on his cell phone from the home phone. It didn't make sense. Everyone had been at the funeral during the time of the call. The house had been empty. Grief-ridden, Frank shrugged it off as a mistake until he began to notice the familiar scent of his late wife's perfume and the smell of freshly lit cigarettes that she used to smoke. Then came the messages. The family began to receive texts that sounded like they'd come from Sadie, but there was no phone number attached to the messages, a seemingly impossible glitch.
Oh my god,
Frank
yeah,
and his family members
that was
maintain
so
to this
wild.
day
So
that it's
wild.
Sadie's way of staying in touch, because the alternative, that the Thing has awoken once more and is tormenting them, is a much less comforting conclusion, and they like to think Sadie is still close by.
Oh, that is crazy. TBD, you were 7 when this came out? Or it came out on the news? Whoa, that's crazy. I bet that did freak a lot of people out. I would have been freaked. I would have been spooked.
Imagine the device in your hand being turned against you into a weapon used to stalk, harass, and terrorize you. In 2007,
Yeah, I've seen this in Red
16-year-old
Rose.
Courtney Kirkendall's phone used to be an escape, a private place to chat with friends through text, to surf her social media sites in her own little corner of the internet. But it slowly became a source of constant dread, even when turned off. It began with the texts. Courtney's friends were receiving messages from her phone, but Courtney wasn't sending them. Then her family members began receiving multiple disturbing phone calls from a raspy male voice, making threats: "We hate you, we're going to cut your pets' throats, you're going to die, and we're going to murder you and your children." At first, it seemed like the
Jesus.
anonymous calls were the work of a prankster. Anyone can call and make a threat, but then things got a little too personal. Seemingly empty threats distorted into "I know where you are, I know where you live," and the harasser, unfortunately, truly seemed to know every move the Kirkendalls made. He could tell the family members what clothing they were wearing, what they were doing, and when the children departed for school, as well as where they attended school. The family listened to their voicemails only to hear their private conversations being played back at them. Conversations
Ooh, I
they
hate
had
that
in
so
the
much.
comfort
Why
of
is
their
this
own
such a
home.
thing that
Feeling
happens?
unsafe, they installed a security system at the house. Not long after, their stalker called them
That's
and
not gonna
cited
do
the
anything.
passcode to disarm it. Finally, the Kirkendalls contacted the police. A look at the cell phone records sent a collective chill through the family. The harassing calls were being made from their own phones, with a majority of them coming from Courtney's. The only problem with that was the calls were made while the phones were turned off. That's when they began to notice their phones would turn on by themselves after being shut off, and their ringtones
so
had
creepy.
been changed. But it wasn't just the Kirkendalls who were terrorized. Courtney's aunt, Darcy Price, and the neighbor, Andrea McKay, became targets as well. Andrea, while cutting limes in her kitchen one day, picked up the ringing phone to a voice that simply said, "I prefer lemons." The three families lived their every waking moment in fear, and authorities were just as disturbed by the activity. The Kirkendalls spoke with a detective and afterward received a call playing back their conversation, a warning that their stalker wasn't afraid of law enforcement. At the time, cell phone providers said they weren't aware of any technology that would allow such activity that the family had experienced. Fircrest Police Chief John Cheeseman,
Whoa,
a
that looks like
longtime
Chief Charlie Swan from the Twilight Saga. That looks like Billy Burke. Billy Burke, what you doing?
friend of the family, said he was dumbfounded and that his department had never seen anything like this before. Even after switching numbers and providers 2 times, the calls continued, pushing the constant weight of anxiety into the Kirkendalls' everyday lives. Even with high-tech equipment meant to unweave the twisted hacker's web, police only ever found dead ends. The Kirkendalls treasure the days when their phones don't ring.
Ah.
Before we go, I'd like to give a very special shout out to Audible. Audible is the leading
Oh my gosh, if Audible would sponsor me, I would cry. I would cry. I listen to Audible every single day. I'm currently listening to the last book in A Court of Thorns and Roses. I've been listening to it all day today while I've been doing things. Which one is this? Yeah, A Court of Silver Flames. This is what I've been reading all day on Audible. Not sponsored. Wish I was. Because I use Audible every single day. Frisbee said, I had a sketchy internet network at an old apartment, and someone added songs to my music folder. Because I didn't have my privacy settings set up correctly. Oh dear, homie. That is scary. That is scary. Majestic Mode. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Hold, please. Hold on. Are you literally joking right now? Majestic, are you literally joking me? Are you mocking? Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you reading Circuito Freak? What? 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 Okay, so this was my favorite book growing up. They kept these books in like the restricted section for the 7th and 8th graders of the library. I went to a K through 8 school. So, and once I was old enough to get into that section, I seen these books, and I was like, oh my god, I have to read it, but Circuitous Freak, y'all. Man, Majestic Mode, wow. What a time to be alive, where I know somebody else that has read these books. My mom always thought I was so creepy because of the covers of these books. They're really out there for a young adult series. Like, they were really creepy. Like, the last book, hold on, I'll show it to you. It was wild. But these books are so hard to find now with the original covers. They've redone them. And dude, they're not as good as they were. But this is Sons of Destiny. I think this is the last one. But this is just... Where in a child's library does this belong? I would like to know. But it belonged in my library. Oh my gosh, I love the freaking House of Night series. Get out of here. Get out of here. No, I had all of these books growing up, but I think my mom got rid of them, so I've been trying to collect all of the original covers. They're not easy to find. I know they redid all the covers like a few years ago, but eBay's been my best friend on trying to find the original covers for these books because they're so creepy and the new ones are not. Like Trials of Death, come on, it's so good. It's so good. I love these books so much, y'all. Man, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Majestic, you a homie. You are a homie. Right, I'm gonna put these back on the shelf. I'm so excited to have found someone else that knows what Circuitous Freak is. Wow. Rachel, can I really apply for them to sponsor me? I don't know how that works. Dude, same. Same, Majestic. Ugh, let's not talk about it. I will cry. Oh my god, I'm so excited to know someone that knows these books. Wow. I love Darren Chan, though. He's incredible. BK, that's amazing. Majestic, apparently, homie. Apparently. Wow. Yes, I'm so excited. That made my whole entire day. Okay, we're gonna watch like maybe 1 or 2 more of these. Let's see. Okay, listen. I really do want to start a book club with you guys. I really do, but I don't know who would be interested. The errata's algorithm brought the like-minded readers together. Oh dear. FBI, don't put me on your watch list, please. Eight phone numbers that are too creepy to call. Okay, yeah.
Here are 8 phone numbers you shouldn't call unless you're brave enough to do so.
Before we start this video, who's gonna call these phone numbers for me and let me know what they say? Majestic, you be interested in a book club? Oh my gosh, BK, yes, I remember. really want to set up a PO box, but I have been lazy. I've been lazy on a lot of things. But maybe I will set up a PO box soon. I really need to. Sorry I keep looking at my phone tonight. I'm like looking down every few minutes. My mom is messaging me. We're going to the beach. Not this coming month, but in May. We're going the first week of May. And she's trying to get some swim shorts. So I'm trying to help her. Okay, watch Dear David. BK, is that a movie? Oh, the Dear David Twitter haunting? Okay, we'll watch that one after we watch this. Yeah, we'll watch it, I promise. Frisbee, you're interested in the Bean Book Club? Okay. We are not reading War and Peace, TBD. Absolutely not. This is an older video? Oh my gosh, but what if they are?
These are pretty chilling,
BK.
and I wouldn't suggest you
I
dial
want
some
to
of these
know.
numbers
I
if
do
you're
want to know.
superstitious. That said, let's begin.
Don't call these if you're superstitious. But I'm a little I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious.
12163331810.
333 is half of 666, so that is
Zero.
sus. It's
This
half
number
equal.
wasn't known until someone found a USB in a bathroom at a Nine Inch Nails concert, which
What?
contained
Excuse me? What? Oh! Frisbee, you'll call the numbers? Okay. Frisbee, call this number. I don't know if it's active anymore, but it's 121-6333-1810. That's the number. Call it and see if it works. Somebody found this on an IBM flash drive in the bathroom at a 9 Inch Nails concert.
This number wasn't known until someone
Yeah, look at
found
that
a
old ass
in a
USB
bathroom
drive.
at a Nine
I thought it was a thermometer at first. I was like,
Inch
that's
Nails
a thermometer.
concert, which contained an MP3 file named 2432. When played, the sound of chirping crickets can be heard. This was strange at first, but it was even more strange when the audio was ran through a spectrograph, which revealed a mysterious number. This number turned out to be a phone number, and when dialing these digits, a recorded conversation between a mother and her daughter can
half
be heard.
devil it is.
However, this conversation
TBD.
isn't just a conversation. Instead, it's a chilling wiretapped conversation involving a daughter who speaks with her mother about a terrifying situation she's currently in. Here's some of the audio that can be heard when calling this number.
Hello? Robbie! Robbie! Robbie, are you there? Oh my god, I'm at the club. Get me out of here. I'm gonna die. Mia! Oh my god, you're gonna die. Mia! What's going on? They killed Joyce. I locked myself in the stock room. But now I can't get out and everybody's got it. What's going on?
Now, many people claim that this was used to promote Nine Inch Nails' album at the time, since this was found at their concert, implying that the recording is fake. Yet many still believe that this is a genuine wiretapped conversation between a mother and her daughter. Whether it's fake or not, this is still scary to hear.
Yeah, that's super unsettling. Jesus Christ. Could you even imagine? Like, plugging that into your computer? Immediate virus, by the way. Like, idiot. Dummy. Do not. If you got a random flash drive in the bathroom at a 9 Inch Nails concert, don't plug that into your computer, homie. Don't do it. Ugh. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Alright, number 7.
090.
Alright, Frisbee, you got this? It's 09044444444. Lots of fours. It is 8 fours. It's 090 and 8 fours.
44444444. Now, if you don't live in Japan, then you won't be able to call this number.
Oh wait, If you don't live in Japan, you're not going to be able to call this number. Sorry, Frisbee.
However, you can if you use Japan's country code, which is the number 81. People have claimed this phone number to be really haunted as it belongs to a haunted being known as Sadaku. Those who've called this number claim to have heard blood-curdling sounds and other hair-raising noises made by this being. Although hanging up would stop those
that looks like
noises,
the girl
it
from
wouldn't stop the curse
The
that
Exorcist.
Sadaku has casted on you when dialing this number. It is said that just dialing these digits
Or
can
no, the
curse you,
ring,
and
not
legend
the
has it that
Exorcist.
those who've been cursed died within a week of calling. Yet some say that this number was made to promote the Ring movies in Japan, which has a character named Sadaku. This may be a possible reason for the existence of this number. However, that's just a possibility.
Could be. Ooh, I'm scared. Rachel says she has goosebumps. Me too.
630-296.
Alright, so this next one, Frisbee, is 630-296-7536. Frisbee said he was willing. And I'm like, okay. Rachel says, don't do it, Frisbee.
7536. This number belongs to an organization called Boothworld, which, in the company's words, specializes in remodeling people's lives. People who've called this number claim to have heard different things. In one instance, someone who dialed this number heard a recording of a woman telling the caller that his phone number has been logged and traced and will be speaking with a representative shortly to schedule a remodeling appointment. Nothing happened afterwards, so he hung up. Later in the day, the same caller received a phone call from a private number. He decided to let this call go to his voicemail since he doesn't answer to unknown callers. He then checks the voicemail that was left, and what he heard was quite eerie. The voicemail was a recording of a woman with
This
a
one
very chilling
worked?
voice,
Oh no,
telling
Frisbee,
him
oh
that his information
no.
has been recorded.
Oh no, Frisbee, are you okay? I'm so scared for you right now. Oh no. It did say your number was logged and tracked. Oh no.
And that Boothworld would like him to call back this number so that he could schedule his remodeling appointment with a representative. In another case, someone who dialed this number made a remodeling appointment for his girlfriend. He later received a phone call from Boothworld, but instead of hearing what the previous caller heard, he heard what sounded like his girlfriend screaming in pain. The scream stopped after a few seconds, and he was then greeted by a man who told him the remodeling had been carried out. Of course, this story sounds fake, but the number does exist. It's unclear what Boothworld means by remodeling.
Oh, Hugh BK. Thank God. Boothworld is a creepypasta, and that was set up to be a part of the fun. Okay,
But it could
alright.
be another word for torture or death.
Hugh. It sounded so serious. I'm so sorry, Frisbee.
0
Don't call this one.
888
Don't do it.
888 888. It is said this phone number is cursed since the people who've owned it have died. The first person who had this number died of cancer at age 48. The second was gunned down, and the third and fourth person were also shot. As
Oh
of
my
now, this phone
God.
number is no longer used or given out by phone companies, but you can still dial this number and hear a recorded message saying that the phone number is outside of network coverage. This is the least creepiest phone number to dial, but if you're superstitious and you're afraid of getting cursed, then it's
I
best
am
if you don't
super.
call this number.
I'm stitches. I'm stitches. Alright, number 4.
1-000-000-0000. Similar to Sadako's phone number, this one is said to curse you. However, it only does so if you don't do what the voice on the
What
line
if they
tells you
called
to
her
do,
Sudoku?
which is to make 15 or more people dial this number. If you decide not to do this, which is to start a chainmail, it is said that you will die.
Sudoku.
Obviously, calling this number is impossible since it has too many digits. However, stories about this have circulated in some Asian countries stating that this number does exist because some people received a missed call from this number. Of course, you can always dial the number yourself to see if it works. Now, there is another phone number just like this one, but without the one at the beginning. And it's believed
Oh
that this
no,
number is
TBD
used
said
by the
Mr.
dead to call their
Frisbee.
loved
Oh
ones who are still
no.
living. A lady once received a call from this number after attending her cousin's burial and stated that she only heard static. But after doing research, she found out that this number was used by those who've departed and concluded that it must have been her dead cousin who called.
Haunted number puzzle. Rachel, I'm dying.
1-207-404-2604. To promote the horror movie Carrie, a phone number was displayed at the end of a trailer for this film. It displayed the words "Call Carrie" above the phone number, which tempted viewers to do so. Although most adults who called this number weren't spooked by what they heard on the phone, it definitely frightened most kids. After calling this number, you would receive 3 calls back from a different number. The first call has the main character of the film, Carrie, screaming. The second call is creepy singing, and the third and final call is eerie whispering.
Oh no, I don't
say,
like
all
that.
3 calls are creepy, and there's no doubt that it hyped up the film.
Yeah, I'm sure it did hype up the film. It didn't hype up me.
999-999999. After missing a call from this number, a woman asked in a blog if anyone knew anything about it. She then finds out that others have also received calls from this mysterious number. Upon hearing this, she decided to call the number to find out who's behind it, but she didn't get much info after calling. All she heard was a recorded
BK, that
message
makes sense.
saying that the call cannot be completed as dialed. Later, she learns that the number comes from a Thai film that is similar to the plot of The
Sudoku.
Ring. Anyone who answers or calls this number dies afterwards.
Oh my god.
As of today, the woman on this blog hasn't posted any
Frisbee,
updates.
so you can't don't call them anymore. You're gonna be haunted. Alright, this is number 1.
Red numbers.
Red
On
numbers,
May
no.
2nd,
No. We already know too much about red rose. We're not calling
2007,
red numbers.
A very chilling email was circulating in Pakistan. In it warned people to not pick up calls from these numbers, stating that these numbers appear red on the phone screen when being called, and that picking up these numbers can transmit a high-frequency signal that can cause brain hemorrhage and death. After receiving this email, many people started freaking out, fearing that they'll receive a call from one of these numbers. The government of Pakistan eventually stepped in by sending a letter to stop the mass hysteria by stating that the email was just a hoax. This of course made sense since no one had evidence to prove that they or someone else had received a call from these numbers. Yet while everything was settling down in Pakistan, warnings about the red numbers began to appear in Asia, the Middle East, and Africa.
Jeez.
Such warnings have caused many to believe that the red numbers do exist. No one knows for sure, but if they do, it's best to not pick up these calls.
Jeez Louise,
Thanks for watching.
Pete.
If you've received any strange phone calls or text messages before,
Whoa, that's so creepy, y'all. That's so freaking creepy. No, I hate it. Alright, BK says we need to watch Dear David Twitter haunting. Ooh, and there's a Dear David update and photos. Okay. Unsolved mysteries and online abnormalities.
Just over a week ago, the internet became fascinated with something rather strange that was unfolding. on
Frisbee,
Twitter.
absolutely not.
A
You
writer
cannot
and
see those red
illustrator by
numbers
the name of
again.
Adam Ellis
No,
posted a
sir.
claim that he was being haunted by the spirit of a dead child.
Adam Ellis? I
was
love that. Wait. I love Adam. I love him. Isn't he the comic dude? He makes the really funny comics. I'm absolutely positive that that's him.
Illustrator by the
Frisbee, do not call them. If you get a brain hemorrhage, I'm going to die.
name of Adam Ellis posted a claim that he was being haunted by the spirit of a dead child. The following is his story. August 7th. My apartment is currently being haunted by the ghost of a dead child, and he's trying to kill me. He started appearing in dreams, but I think he's crossed over into the real world now.
Oh.
The first time I saw him, I was experiencing sleep paralysis and saw a child sitting in the green rocking chair at the foot of my bed. He had a huge, misshapen head that was dented on one side. I did my best to draw it. For a while, he just stared at me, but then he got out of the chair and started shambling towards the bed. I couldn't move because I was paralyzed. I have sleep paralysis fairly often, and it sucks. Right before he reached my bed, I woke up screaming. I had another dream a few nights later where I was in a library and a girl came up to me and said, "You've seen Dear David, haven't you?" I asked, "Who?" And she said, "Dear David. You saw him." She continued, "He's dead." He only appears at midnight, and you can ask him 2 questions if you said Dear David first. Then she
This is
added,
giving me
"But
Bloody
never try to
Mary
ask him a 3rd
vibes.
question, or he'll kill you." Then David came back in another dream. Same situation. I was in bed, and he was sitting at the rocking chair near the window, staring at me. In the dream, I say, "Dear David, how did you die?" He mumbles, "An accident in a store." I say, "Dear David, what happened in the store?" He groans, "A shelf was pushed on my head." I'm frozen with fear. I ask, "Who pushed the shelf?"
If you ask a 3rd question, he will kill you, Adam. Did you not listen to that girl? Oh, Jesus Christ. Mr. Taco Man, hey, how's it going? Majestic Mold, where's your mom at? Is she where you're going? I hope you're going to your mom. Airports are a little bit safer than being out on the streets, though. At least you got somewhere to charge your phone, somewhere to get a bite to eat, a bathroom. Just hang in there. You'll be okay. Mr. Taco Man, same. Another day, another penny. Oh, she lives in Kansas. Whoa. Wow, that's a long way, dude. How did you end up in San Fran? Yeah, you're going to Washington, right? Heard it's beautiful there. I've always wanted to go to Forks, hence my Twilight obsession. Anyway.
David doesn't answer. I realize that I've asked a 3rd question, which I'm not supposed to do. At that point, I wake up, absolutely terrified. Over the next couple days, I googled deaths in the city, but I can't find anything about a kid named David dying in a store. I even tried different names: Daniel, Dylan, Devin. Nothing. A few weeks go by without incident. Sort of randomly, the apartment above mine is vacated, and I have the opportunity to move into it. It's a larger apartment, so I'm thrilled. Another month or 2 goes by, and I sort of forget about Dear David. I think he lost track of me because I moved upstairs. But lately something strange is happening. For the past 4 nights, my cats gather at the front door at exactly midnight and just stare at it.
Ah,
Almost
no.
like something
No,
is on the other
sorry.
side.
Mm-mm.
Last night, I got a weird feeling and looked out the peephole, and I'm dead certain I saw movement on the other side. When I opened the door and turned on the hall light, nothing was there, but my cat seemed unnerved, bushy tails, etc. And that's where I am right now. Dear David found me, I think. I don't know what to do, but I'll keep you updated.
Jesus.
Update.
Oh, I hate it. I'm pretty sure Adam has a child now, too. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. He makes really funny comics, though. He gives me a laugh almost every single day. Majestic Mold. Oh my gosh. So, the audiobooks of Twilight are also really good. I highly suggest listening to them to get you through the last one. I will say, Breaking Dawn, the last part of the book, like from Bella's POV, is the best, in my personal opinion.
6th night in a row.
I never really cared about Jake's POV. I didn't need that. Like, I'm like, okay, you dumb animal. But, the honeymoon in the beginning is really nice. The wedding and the honeymoon. Chef's kiss. And then the last part of Breaking Dawn is beautiful.
My cat has walked over to the door promptly at midnight and...
Mold, listen, if you go to Forks, though, you better be sending me pictures. Send me a picture of the Swan House. Send me a picture of La Push. Send me a picture of the Fort Police Department.
Stared at it. What is going on?
I don't like that. Mm-mm. That cat's trying to open the door. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay, so I took a photo through the peephole because I'm too scared to open the door. I feel like I saw something.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I couldn't tell, so I mustered up the courage to open the door. Nothing was out there, but I took another photo. Look at this. Is it just me, or is there something in the first photo right where the banister meets the shelves, hiding in the stairs?
No, I see
I wasn't
it.
sure if it was
I
a smudge
see
or
it.
something like that, so I took a second photo from inside.
It's right there.
There was something out there.
Mm-hmm.
I deadbolted the door and got in bed because I don't know what else to do. I can still hear my cat meowing at the door. I'm pretty scared.
I'm scared.
This
I'm
initial thread was
terrified.
posted between August 7th and August 8th, and on the next day, August 9th, Adam posted the following. Good morning. I thought I'd clarify a couple things for new followers. First of all, I am alive. Secondly, I've tested the apartment for carbon monoxide, so I know I'm not being slowly poisoned. Last, I do have a book coming out next year, but it has nothing to do with David. This isn't viral marketing, it's just a book of funny comics. So I hope that clears things up. I'll keep you all updated should more weird stuff occur. Later, Adam returns again, this time saying he's downloaded a Sleep Talk app to see if he can manage to record anything strange. He also posts yet another picture of his cats monitoring the door, which he says has become routine at this point. The next morning on August 10th, David says that the sleep app picked up way too much noise the night before, and that he was going to try playing with the settings to see if it would help. Later that night, he posts more pictures and videos of his
Adam, homie, don't listen to that audio back. Don't do it. Guys, I tried to do a sleep app, but it makes me so terrified to know that I can listen to my sleep sounds, and if I heard like a fucking demon or something, I would die. I would just fall out in the floor. Like, I can't do it. Also, I'm doing my hand like this off screen. That's, I could not. Like, I can't stand those sleep apps. Do not be listening to me while I'm sleeping. No. Mm-mm. Frisbee, I would also be fine in another apartment, but maybe he's been there so long that David would just follow him? I don't know.
his cats at the door just before midnight, as expected. August 11th. We're once again given more updates from Adam. I used a sound app to record my apartment last night. It makes individual recordings each time it hears something. There were 33 recordings. Most of them are pretty vague. A couple of them are passing cars and such, but there are
Y'all. Okay, so I don't know if my AirPods are just shit, or if or if there's like a ghost in the room or something, but my sound keeps cutting out,
three that I'm
and it's
actually
scaring
interested
me. It's scaring
in.
me.
The first one is a snapping sound and what seems like a
So I'm gonna try to change to this AirPod. I don't know if it's just that one. My AirPods are slowly dying on me. I've had them for a very long time. But I've never had a problem with the sound like crackling in and out, and that's really creeping me out, and I really hate it.
single step. It's odd because I didn't get out of bed all night.
Oh, I heard that. Oh, no.
This one is weird because out of 33 recordings, this is the only one that has that strange electric sound throughout.
Oh, I can hear it. Do you guys hear that?
This directly ecstatic. Another snap, and then I groan in my sleep. These happened between 2
No,
and
it
3
didn't
in the
say
morning.
David. I'm getting goosebumps, Frisbee. I
have no
am.
explanation for them.
I am.
I'll keep recording and share if I find anything curious. After this, Adam posts a few tweets saying that he's going to be out of town for the weekend, and that in the meantime he's gathered up supplies for when he returns.
You better
Things like
return that
sage,
Ouija board to the
stones, and a
store,
Ouija board.
sir.
August 13th. Adam has returned home and begins updating us once again. So, a weird thing just happened. Take it with a grain of salt.
I also love how he's narrating these tweets. He's doing it in such a good way. Like, it's like totally just creepy as beautiful. Chef's kiss.
Bought a Polaroid camera this week.
He needs to return that Polaroid camera and that Ouija board to the store immediately. Immediately.
Because they're fun and dorky, and I decided to take a few photos around my apartment. Polaroids are stupid and fun and inherently sort of creepy. I didn't expect to find anything, and for the most part, I didn't. I took a couple of my living room and my bedroom. That's the rocking chair where I first saw David. They're pretty unremarkable. Then I went into the hallway and snapped a photo. The Polaroid developed completely black. I even ripped open and destroyed a fresh pack just to see if it was an undeveloped Polaroid, but they start out white. I also thought that maybe I accidentally covered the lens with my finger, so I took a photo while intentionally covering it. The photo on the left is me covering the lens with my finger. The one on the right is my fully lit hallway taken just after midnight. Okay.
Oh, no. No. I am shaking. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Rainbow is the best. She's awesome. She's great. Oh, Frisbee, yeah, that's me. This ghost is kind of scaring me, so I'm gonna talk to it with a Ouija board. Like, what?
Okay, so one last thing because I wanted to double check. Here's a couple of videos of me taking the photos.
Okay, here's my living room. I'll leave that there. Okay, now
He does have a lot of locks on that door.
take a photo of the hallway just to show you what that's like.
Oh, that's in his room. No, never mind. No, it's not. That's like in his apartment building. I was confused. It was fully
As you
lit
can
though.
see, the first one has already developed. So let's see what this one does.
Shake that bad boy, Adam.
It's gonna take a minute.
If it's solid black again, I'm gonna scream. Oh my god, no way. No way.
But it is developing black.
Ah. Oh, and it was fully lit out there.
I don't know.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Adam tries taking another picture of the hallway just to make sure, and according to him, it came out black yet again. Honestly, I don't know why I'm still fucking around with this camera. There might be a logical explanation. Someone told me to take photos from farther away, so I tried that. Once with my iPhone and once with the Polaroid. Left is with my phone, right is with Polaroid. The hall light was on both times. Why is it pitch black each time with the Polaroid?
Yeah, I want to know. It is pitch black.
August 14th. Adam posts images of himself
Oh, yes.
using the sage he ordered to cleanse
Burn
his
that sage,
apartment,
homie.
making sure not to miss the hallway and rocking chair. He updates us a few more times saying that the sage doesn't seem to help and that he barely
great.
slept the night before, and said that he kept waking up feeling like something was wrong. August 15th. Sage didn't work. I haven't dreamed about David in
Me
a few
too,
months, but he
Frisbee.
appeared
Me
again last
too.
night.
Oh, hell
In the dream,
no.
my bedroom was filled with hazy smoke, but I could see David sitting on the chair across the room. He was smaller this time, almost shrunken. He didn't do anything except look at me. Anyway, I feel like it's a bad omen.
Oh, it is bad omen, homie. It's
August
really
16th.
bad. It's really bad.
Apparently, strange faces have been showing up in some of the photos I take.
No,
A couple
no,
people
sir.
have pointed this out.
No, oh, no,
which
no, no.
I don't have a real explanation for. There's also this, which seems less weird, but still odd that it resembles David. Make of it what you will. The second one doesn't alarm
I don't
me so
see
much,
it.
since it seems like it might just be a reflection. But that first one gives me the creeps.
Rachel is coming in with the safety tips. I trust her with my life. My mom.
At the time of recording this video, these are the last updates we received from Adam. If you look at everything he's posted, much of it can be easily debunked, but maybe that doesn't make it any less eerie. Given the technology we have these days, we're actually able to sit in and view these events as they supposedly unfold. As for what'll happen next, we're just going to have to wait and see.
Oh, BK, do not tell me that. Do not tell me that. We need the Dear David update and photos. Oh, headphones recommended. This video contains 0 jump scares. Okay, I'm wearing my headphones. Just one of them, because the other one's acting up.
Good evening, my fellow bots, and welcome to another installment of Shrouded Truth. Tonight we'll be revisiting the story of Adam Ellis, a New York City-based illustrator claiming to be haunted by the spirit of a dead child. In case you missed it, I advise you to watch part 1 before proceeding, and one thing I also want to emphasize is that although the story is being told via Twitter, I suggest that you take it as just that.
Sorry guys, my mom just sent me a picture of my niece, and she's the cutest thing. Oh my goodness, I love her so much. The most precious human being, I swear. She's sassy. She's sassy as hell. But I love her. My mom said she's finally trying to talk. She's 2. And she's not started talking yet. I think she can talk if she wanted to. She's just very stubborn. Like me. Like her Aunt Beanie. I was a very stubborn child. But I had to see that photo of her. She's so freaking cute.
A simple story. August 21st. All this ghost stuff has been spooky, but this past weekend was the first time I actually felt unsafe in my own home. On Friday night, there was supposed to be a huge storm. In the end, it passed, but that night was bizarre anyway. I fell asleep pretty early. I was incredibly tired for some reason. I had a dream that night where David was dragging me by the arm through an old abandoned warehouse. I'm not sure why I didn't fight back in the dream.
No, my
or
mom
how
is
he was
not
even
on
strong enough
YouTube.
to
She
pull
sent me a
but
text
that's dream
message.
logic for you. It was a creepy dream, but I didn't think much of it when I woke up. I took a shower and then I noticed
Oh
something.
no.
I'd woken up with a
My family
huge
doesn't
bruise on
actually
my
know I do
arm.
any of this.
Now look, maybe I injured myself the day before and my arm was hurting during the night.
Sorry, my
which
legs are sticking to
manifested
this
as a
chair.
dream. There could totally be a logical explanation for it, so I brushed it off. I went to get coffee, which I do every weekend.
No, if my family
When
knew I
walk
did
to the
this, they
coffee
totally
place,
would
I
not
always pass
support
a
me.
food cart repair
at all.
depot. It's always incredibly busy, especially on weekends. I've lived in this neighborhood for over 4 years, and the place has always been jam-packed with carts getting serviced. But today it was completely abandoned. The whole warehouse was totally gutted and empty.
Ah.
Well, almost empty. I went inside to look around because I was astonished that this place was suddenly empty after all these years. Basically, the only thing in the entire warehouse was a single green chair. On my way back from coffee, the warehouse had been shuttered. It's remained shuttered since. The chair, my bruise, dreaming about an empty warehouse and then passing by one, it gave me the creeps.
Absolutely
Needless to say,
not.
I didn't sleep much that night. Too many strange things are happening and more frequently. So, I don't know. Anyway, it was a strange weekend. August 25th. There have been a few small developments in my apartment, but I'm not really sure what to make of them. I just know I'm scared. If you recall, my cats usually gather at the door at midnight, but lately it's been getting earlier and earlier every night. I was almost used to routine, so when they started to cry at the door closer to 10 p.m., I was confused. They began a new routine. Hover around the door at 10 p.m., cry for about 15 minutes, and wander off as if nothing's wrong. But this week something else has been happening.
Oh no.
Shortly after the usual cat stuff, around 10:30 or so, I start getting phone calls from an unmarked number.
No!
My entire call history for the past week looks like this. You'll notice that I answered once. Yesterday. Since this has been happening for days on end, I thought it might be an automated telemarketer or something. Usually, if it's an automated thing, if you answer once, they quit calling, so I picked up. I didn't say anything. I just listened, waiting for some automated message to chime in. Instead, what I heard on the other end was peculiar electrical static sound. Very similar to the static my sleep app picks up at night. After about a minute, the static stopped, and there was silence. I kept listening. I heard what I thought was breathing, but it was so faint I can't be sure. My heart was racing, so it was hard to hear.
Yeah.
And then, just as I was about to hang up, I heard a very small voice whisper hello. Something about the way they said hello freaked me out.
Oh no, it was
wasn't a
David.
question
It was
or
David.
a greeting. Just hello. A flat statement. So quiet I could barely hear it.
I hate it.
I panicked and hung up. I didn't know what else to do. I closed all the curtains in my apartment and turned on every single light.
BK, I'm so scared right
I
now.
watched TV until dawn because
Why did
I
you
was too
recommend
scared to go to
this?
sleep. I sort of feel like I'm losing my mind. If I look at each individual incident
It's freaking
on its own,
TBD. It's
there are
freaking
perfectly
me out,
logical
homie. It's
explanations for
freaking me
everything.
out.
But after 3 weeks of weird shit happening, I don't know how to make sense of it all. The only thing I feel like I can do right now is to write everything down, so that's what I'm doing and what I'll keep doing. August 28th. So I moved the green chair out of the bedroom a few weeks ago. It's been in various parts of the living room ever since. I should probably get rid of it, but I'm not sure that would have any effect. Also, I'm going on vacation to Japan in 3 weeks, and I keep thinking if I can make it to my trip, this will all end.
No, Japan is even
As dumb
more
as that
haunted
sounds.
than where he's at right now.
David lost track of me when I moved, so maybe if he believes I've
blame,
left the
don't blame
apartment
me
again,
for
he'll
your
leave me
nightmares.
alone.
Blame BK
Anyway,
for your
last week I bought a
nightmares.
pet
He
monitoring
did this.
camera
He
so I can keep
recommended
an eye on
this.
cats while I'm overseas. It's basically a nanny cam that connects to Wi-Fi so you can check in
Frisbee,
whenever
me
you want.
too. Me
It
too.
runs 24/7. It also alerts you to sound and movement via an app. I blacked out the company since I doubt they want to be associated with ghosts. In any event, I decided to test it out this weekend. I was away from home one night, so I set up the camera before I left. My phone pinged periodically through the evening, alerting me to the cats running around and playing. Normal stuff.
Rachel's right. Frisbee did
Then at
call
around
those
11,
numbers.
it alerted me again that it detected motion, but when I checked the feed of my apartment, I didn't see anything. So I
wonder if his cats are still here and if, like, someone's checking in on them, or if he boarded them. Or boarded them? I think that's the correct term. Like, where he puts them in, like, a pet hotel? I'm curious. I
watched
don't
the
know.
feed again. Still nothing. I watched it a third time and finally noticed something. Watch the chair.
It's rocking. It is rocking. Oh no, no, no. Oh my god. Guys, I'm freaked. I'm freaked. He's like, yeah, I know you're watching me. I'm here. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm so terrified right now, y'all.
I knew it couldn't be the wind because I hadn't had the windows open at all this summer. I have AC and I like to keep it chilly. It was unnerving, but there wasn't anything I could do about it right then, so
Burn
I
it,
flipped my
yes.
phone off and just
Open
tried
the
not to
windows
panic.
first.
About half an hour later, I got another motion alert. Here's the feed from that alert.
Did something just
If
fall
you
off
missed
the
it the
shelf?
first time like me, look above the shelf. It's a little turtle shell that I hung on the wall. Yes, I know it's weird to own a turtle shell, but my family lives in Montana and I picked it up last year at a native trading post.
Oh, that makes sense.
Since I've been back home, I've been too nervous to turn the camera back on, and today has been pretty quiet. That said, I feel really uneasy. I put the chair in the hall. I hope nothing else happens tonight. So I'd like to take a second to break from the narrative and point something out. Shortly after this, Adam posts again stating that the blue chair you see in the far right disappears in the second clip. He gets up to check and it seemingly reappeared without explanation. Not too long after, Adam posts again. This time stating that he'd made a mistake and that the chair never disappeared in the first place and only appeared to do so due to a shift in lighting. Now, the thing is, I did say to just take this as a story, but naturally one has to wonder if this is 100% staged or simply the product of an overactive imagination. This mistake, of course, would suggest the latter, but a few things coming up later appear to contradict that.
Yeah, I don't think
September
this
5th.
is staged.
It's-
Like, I love Adam as a creator, but I don't think this is staged. I
It's
think this is
happening
real.
again. I've been leaving the nanny cam on 24/7. It
Do
records every
not.
time there's movement or sound, as you know. I was going over the feed from this weekend and noticed some weird stuff.
Majestic, welcome back, homie. You're
During
good.
the night
You're
on
good.
Saturday while I
I hope
slept,
you're okay.
it recorded the cats in the living room. It seemed pretty unremarkable at first. But then, after a few moments, Maxwell freaks out and jumps over something invisible.
Maxwell is a swell name for a cat, though. Oh, he did. And he turned to look at it. Oh no. Oh no.
I don't think it was a bug or anything. Maxwell doesn't react like that with bugs. He just eats them. Something spooked him. What's more, I almost never get bugs. I've seen maybe 3 in all the years I've lived here. Anyway, the next night the camera recorded a couple more strange videos.
Oh god. Here we go.
Specifically, it recorded Maxwell doing this on and off for hours. He'd sit up on his hind legs and peer around the room as if looking for something, or looking at something. This is odd behavior for him, and I can't come up with an explanation for it. Especially because of the next video. Here's the final video the camera recorded that night.
Oh, that cat is swatting at David. Maxwell said, "Get out of my house, homie."
I suppose there's a chance it was a fly, but I honestly never get flies, so that seems unlikely. I just can't shake the feeling that something has made its way into the apartment. It is odd behavior from Maxwell in any event. Things feel off this week. I can't explain it.
Y'all, I'm so scared. I'm
September
so scared.
11th. Every night before bed, I go through the same routine. I feed the cats, brush my teeth, and lock every single one of these 3 locks on my door because I'm paranoid.
Me.
Don't ask why my door has 3 different working locks, plus what looks like the remainder of a break-in. I'd prefer not to dwell on it. Anyway, the other night I was getting ready for bed as normal. I went into the kitchen to get some cat food. I hadn't even gotten to the pantry when I heard a loud crack.
Frisbee
It's
is
better to just
giving
watch
me
the video
kills.
since the nanny cam records everything
Giving me
now.
kills. Also, yeah, my armpit's itching. Sorry. They're always so itchy after I shave them. Oh, disgusting. Oh, I seen it. I seen it, guys. Oh my Jesus Christ.
At first, I thought maybe it was one of the cats who'd knocked it over, but they were both in the bedroom. As you can see, I slid the lock immediately after realizing what was going on. I also checked it about 4 more times before bed. The thing that fell was this little knitted cactus in a terracotta planter. It's totally busted now. I live right next to a subway line, and my whole house shifts and shakes every now and then, which could explain this.
Yeah,
I always get in my head making excuses for whatever's happening. I'm still skeptical. But now every little sound freaks me out. I leave for Japan in 2 weeks, and it can't happen soon enough. September 16th. I've been having so many nightmares lately. They're way more intense than my usual dreams, too.
Guys, whew, are y'all feeling the heat from this story? Because I'm feeling the heat. I'm scared. I'm straight scared. Ugh.
I don't know if it's because I'm stressed or if it's something else. This afternoon I took a nap and I had a dream I haven't been able to shake. In the dream, I was laying in bed and rolled over to face the other direction. On the pillow next to me was a severed head with a bloody spine attached, snaking down the bed.
No!
The head was staring right at me, somehow still alive. It had this huge smile plastered on its face. Horrified, I screamed, "What happened to you?" The head smiled even bigger. "It feels great," the head groaned. After that, I woke up. It was dark outside by then. Everything was quiet. Other dreams have been just as strange. Things like dark figures
Homie, why aren't
staring in
you
my
selling that
windows, even though I
apartment?
live on the 2nd floor. Stuff that makes no sense in relation to what I've been experiencing in real life. After that dream about the head, I've been feeling uneasy all night. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I decided to go for a walk, if for no reason than to just get out of my apartment. I went a few blocks away to get a snack. On the way, I had to pass the warehouse that was boarded up a few weeks ago. I hurried past it since it freaks me out now. When I passed the warehouse a second time, I heard a dull thunk from the other side of the shutters. I froze in place, but there was no other sound after that.
No.
I probably should have
I'm gonna
continued
throw
on,
up.
but curiosity got the better of me. There was a grated window next to the doors, about a foot above my head, too high to see into. So I thought to myself, okay, I'm gonna hold up my phone to the window.
Adam,
take
you
one
were
photo, and then
asking
run
for
my
this,
life.
homie. You were asking for this.
I made sure my flash was on, positioned my camera lens through one of the grates, and snapped a photo. I almost thought I saw movement when the flash went off, but I couldn't be certain. The light bounced off the grates and was pretty blinding. I couldn't even look at the photo. I just ran all the way home. I was too jumpy to even look at it for a while. When I finally did look at the photo, here's what I saw. It seemed to be a different part of the warehouse, maybe an office. There was a bunch of old insulation and what looked like a filing cabinet and a ripped-up leather desk chair. Then I noticed something else, in the upper right corner. Something that looked like a face. The more I stared at it, the more it started to look like a nondescript blur. Now I can't even be sure what I'm seeing. Maybe I'm too deep into this and my brain wants to see David when he's not there. But here, I messed with the filters on my phone.
Oh
a bit.
no, I see it.
Tell me
I
this
see a
doesn't
face.
look like him.
I see a face. Yeah, I do. Oh god, I hate it.
September 22nd. The past few days have been
No diss
fairly
to you,
quiet.
David. No diss.
I haven't
But
been spending much time at home. I leave for Japan in a couple hours. I've been trying to avoid anything weird before my trip. I still feel like all this might stop if I just leave for a couple weeks. Whatever happens, I want to thank everyone for their kind thoughts and concerns. This whole ordeal has been stressful and it means a lot. It makes me feel like I'm not going through this alone. See you in a couple weeks. October 2nd. It's my last full day in Japan. The past couple weeks have been pretty peaceful. I have people taking care of the cats and they say they've been doing fine. This morning, I went for a long walk around Sapporo. I never really plan my vacations. I like to just wander a lot and see what I find. I came across this statue in a park. I couldn't find any real information about it online, but it was weird and
BK,
pretty.
what?
I was
What are
taking
you
pictures
even
of it from
talking
different
about?
angles since
Get
it's
out.
cylindrical.
Get
I
out.
moved around to one side and almost dropped my phone at what I saw.
Oh no, was
it
it?
felt too
was it
similar
Dave?
to be a coincidence.
Oh my
I
god.
felt dizzy staring up at it. This kid with a dented head. I don't know. Maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe this is nothing. It doesn't feel like nothing. Anyway, I have to pack for my flight
Oh, I
home
hate
in the
it. I hate
morning.
it so much.
It'll be good to see the cats again, at least.
Homie, don't even go.
October
Don't even go
14th.
back.
Weird things have been happening with the electricity in my apartment this week. First, 2 bulbs have burned out in the hallway in less than a week. At this point, I've just left it alone rather than get a ladder again. But the strangest thing has to do with the backlight on my TV. It's an LED strip that plugs into the TV itself via USB. The TV
Okay.
has
I hate people that say via. I'm just gonna stop right there for a second. Is via? Is obviously a V. Is via is not via. It's via a USB. Okay, anyway. Ran over.
to be turned on in order for the backlight to be on. But last night, the backlight was flickering on and off by itself. I noticed it just before dawn when I woke up and went into the kitchen to get some water. I'd barely gotten back into bed again when I saw a faint light come on in the living room. After a few seconds, it went dark again. I went back into the living room and stood there watching the backlight go on and off for at least a few minutes. It was bizarre. Eventually it stopped, and now the backlight doesn't work at all. It's only a couple months old, so it shouldn't be dead already. Anyway, I couldn't go back to sleep, so I went to a diner near my apartment. It was the only thing open at 4 a.m.
Me going to Waffle House at literally 4 a.m. 10 out of 10. 10.
When I got back home, the sun was starting to come up, so I figured I might as well shower and go into work early. I showered and brushed my teeth, then went into the bedroom to get dressed. As I passed the front door, I thought I heard a faint scratching sound from the other side. It was so soft I wasn't sure if it really had happened. I went over to the door, but was too scared to look through the peephole. I couldn't bring myself to actually put my face that close to the sound, so I opted to take a photo through
Oh,
the
Jesus
peephole
Christ,
instead.
him in these photos.
Since there's a skylight just outside my door, the hall was awash with a faint yellow-green light. I snapped a couple photos. At first, the pictures didn't seem like anything. Just blurry nothingness. But as I analyzed it, I started noticing things. Part of a face.
No.
An ear and an eye staring right back at me. I think maybe it's time to get someone else involved.
Yes,
It's obvious this
yes
isn't
it
going to
is.
stop until I do something.
Call.
I'm just not sure
call
what that is yet.
somebody.
I'll let you all know when I figure it out.
Call a priest.
October 26th. Sorry for the radio silence the past couple weeks. First, I had a friend come over to do some cleansing stuff. She did the whole apartment and the hallway. A lot of self-proclaimed professional mediums have reached out, plus about a
Yes.
dozen ghost hunter
Oh my
TV
gosh.
shows. I've declined all of them because I don't really want strangers in my house sensationalizing what's going on. So, instead I had a friend come over and cleanse the place. For about a week or so, it seemed to have worked. Things appeared back to normal. The cats weren't gathering at the door anymore, and I stopped having dreams. It was starting to seem like it was all over. Then, One morning last week, I was walking to work and passed the shuttered warehouse as usual. This time, all the metal doors were wide open, sunlight pouring in. The warehouse was still mostly empty.
Except for that chair.
Except for one
Except for
thing.
that.
There was a hearse parked near the back wall.
Oh.
The warehouse has been closed for over 2 months. I have no idea why it was open that day. Nobody was around.
A hearse.
It
Oh,
was weird,
Jesus.
but I tried not to think about it. It's not all that strange to see a hearse, I guess. Like, they have to park somewhere. I tried to
In a
put it
warehouse,
out of my
though?
mind, and the next several days were uneventful.
BK, this is a
But
fun
something
journey.
else happened
I
last
know you
night.
can find scarier stuff.
It was
I don't know
around
if I can
11
handle
or
this
so, and I was
scarier
watching
stuff,
TV
though.
on the couch. I went into the dining room to get a drink from the fridge and noticed both the cat sitting on the far window staring up at it. The window looks out into the roof of the business next door. I glanced out the window but didn't see anything. I figured that maybe there was a mouse in the wall or something. I shrugged and grabbed a beer from the fridge. As I went into the kitchen to get a bottle opener, I noticed something. There's a window in the kitchen which looks out onto the same roof, and someone was standing on the roof, staring at me. I immediately ducked down. I reached up and flicked off the light switch. I peered out the window, but still couldn't see much. My phone was in my pocket, so I grabbed it out and took a photo. It was blurry and dark, but I swear someone was out there. I tried to take a better photo, but the figure had disappeared.
Ugh.
I closed all the blinds and made sure the door was locked, then drank like 5 more beers until I was too drunk to be scared. Now I feel like I'm back at square one. I'm sure it was him. He's not going away, and I don't know what to do. November 6th. It's been about 4 months.
Yo.
Since
I'm
the
scared.
first time I dreamed of
I'm
David.
scared.
This might be long, but stick with me. Last night I dreamed about him again. It was almost exactly the same as the first time I saw him. In the dream, I saw him in a chair again. I don't have the green chair in my room anymore. This time it was a recliner I've had for years. He was staring right at me, just like the first time. Again, I felt paralyzed and could barely move. But this time something was different. I still felt mostly immobile, but I could squirm just a little bit. I felt more alert. I could move my hands somewhat. David glared at me, and I dreaded what I knew was coming. He was going to get out of the chair and come at me, like before. I had to do something. I keep my phone next to me on the bed, and I somehow managed to get a hold of it. I thought, if David is going to kill me, maybe I can at least get evidence on my phone. I started snapping pictures in the dark. Sure enough, he crawled down from the chair and began shuffling towards me. He moved slowly, like it was a struggle for him. I felt terrified, but I kept taking photos. David limped over closer to me, never taking his eyes off of me. Soon, I was face to face with him. He started muttering something, too quiet for me to understand. I watched as his eyes rolled back in his head until they were all white. I could barely move. I stared in horror as he began crawling up onto my bed.
Oh, Jesus
still
Christ.
murmuring
No.
something.
No. I'm
And
so
that's
scared,
when I
y'all.
woke up. Same as before. Broad daylight, no trace of
Here
David
comes the
anywhere.
pigs. No,
It's
the
almost
music is so
routine now,
creepy, y'all.
but
The music
it was
is
a
so
dream
creepy.
after all, so I got up, went to work, and after a while, the stress of the dream melted away. I wasn't even going to write about this since it wouldn't really be new information, but tonight I noticed something that petrified me. I
BK's
went
in,
into
here
my
comes
phone
the
to find a
pigs, and
picture
I'm
from
so
a couple days
scared.
ago
I'm
and
so
saw dozens
scared.
of pitch black photos in my camera roll, all from last night. It's better just to show you. Turn up your brightness because they're pretty dark.
No. No. Not the music. Oh, it was music. It was music. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus, yo, I'm so scared.
This
I
is
am
the one that
so
made my heart
scared.
drop. Usually I can come up with some excuse for what's happening, but I have no logical explanation for
My
this.
heart
So now I'm
is
sitting here
pounding.
on my couch, freaking out. I certainly won't be able to sleep. I just felt like I needed to get this out. So there you have it. The whole Dear David story up until now. As I said earlier, this whole thing pretty much appeared to be the product of creepy coincidences and an overactive imagination. But the photos of David definitely throw us for a loop. We have 3 different photos, all from slightly varying angles. The thing is, the previous photos of David could be written off, but these ones, not so much. We can't really say that this is something else that was mistaken for David, so that leaves us with either Photoshop or this being some kind of doll or prop. I'd like to issue out a challenge. If you think that you can recreate these photos somehow, then please do and tweet them to me. I may use them in the next video if I do make one. With all that being said, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you all next time.
Yo. I am clutching my pearls right now. Adam really just couldn't follow the rules. Oh, so there's one more of these. Should we watch it? I don't know, guys. It's getting a little spooky for me. Y'all want to hang out for 20 more minutes? Let me know. Can y'all handle 20 more minutes of this? I'm so scared. Not me. Not sleeping at all tonight. Gotta have that update. Okay, 20 more minutes. Okay. Rainbow is really here for us right now. Okay. Frisbee said he's gonna go grab a water real quick. Oh, BK, thank you so much. I'm so glad. Okay,
November 17th. For everyone asking, yes, I'm alive. I've been on the quiet side because there's something I'm trying to investigate and I'm not sure how to yet.
Jesus Christ.
I'd rather not tweet unless I have something substantial to share. It's also
Rachel, true. Careful of what's out your kitchen window, Frisbee. Oh my god, yo. Y'all have got me tripping. I'm so scared. I'm gonna need to do one of y'all want to come over and have a sleepover with me? I'm okay if every single one of y'all want to come to my house and just have a sleepover where we won't be sleeping. My mother is giving me her whole life update while we wait on Frisbee. Y'all, okay, sleepover at my house immediately. Rachel, thank you for sending me that on IG. I appreciate it so much. Y'all, I'm shooketh. I'm shook. Shook to the core. We gotta wait on Frisbee though. This stream ain't it without him. Taking a little rusty. This ain't a music react. Sorry, Namor. I think that's how you say it. I'm not sure. Alright, I'm sure Frisbee's here.
It's also sort
He's
of hard
somewhere.
to explain
Alright,
the
here we go.
logistics of what I'm trying to find out, but I'll do my best. Basically, there's a part of my apartment that I'm just now learning about. At least that's what I think. To refresh your memory, I live in a duplex.
You got a
I
sparkling
used to
water
live
and
on
some
the first
yogurt?
floor, and now I live on
Awesome,
the second floor.
awesome.
It's a long, boxy building that looks like this. So the other week, I was tweeting the most recent update from the living room couch. About 30 seconds after I'd sent the tweet, I heard a thump directly above my head, as if someone above me had dropped something on the floor, which is impossible since I'm on the top apartment. There's
Jesus.
also no way to access the roof. The only way to get on the
Yes,
roof
I'm
is
so
through a
proud of
skylight in the
BK.
hallway.
Love
There
them
aren't
healthy
any trees in the
choices.
immediate vicinity either. It was
Frisbee really
distinctly the
did have
sound of
perfect
something
timing.
falling to the floor. Now, my building is old and makes a lot of
I waited on
noises,
you.
but this was a new sound and it startled me. So I'm thinking, is there some secret crawl space in my home? I look all over my
If he's got a fogger in this house, I swear to God, I'm gonna yeet myself off the planet. If this little David Carradine is a fogger in his house, y'all, I'm out. I'm out. I cannot.
apartment, but I can't figure it out, so I go into the hallway and that's when something dawns on me. There's no real way to ease into this, so I'll just say
Oh,
it.
Jesus Christ, that is
There's
haunted
a
as
mysterious
hell.
hatch in my hallway. I've always known about it, but I assumed it opened
No,
directly
I hate
to
it.
the roof.
I hate
It's
it.
really high above the stairs, so I always figured it was impossible to access without some sort of fancy professional ladder. I took this video so you can actually see how high it is.
Jesus. It's like in the ceiling, like very much so.
I see that hatch every morning when I leave for work and think nothing of it, but this time something dawned on me. It can't lead to the roof because it's actually below the roof. I'm about to spring some simple math on you, so I apologize in advance.
Ooh, I can't handle simple math.
First, the skylight is flat with the roof. I did check Google to make sure. The hatch is about 3 feet below the skylight, meaning that there's about 3 feet of empty space between the two openings. I think maybe the hatch leads to a short ladder going to the roof, but even if that's the case, the hatch is level with all the ceilings in my apartment. That means there's 3 feet of empty space all over my apartment. I was ready to explain this away for a few reasons. One, it might just be some insulated space that all residential buildings have. I'm not an architect, so what do I know? It didn't seem relevant enough at the time, so I just decided that I wasn't going to mention it here. But over the past week and a half, I've been hearing more things above me. A few days after the first sound, I heard a similar thump while I was in the kitchen. Last night, I heard something small clink to the floor and roll about 6 feet before stopping. Something is going on up there. Maybe it's a raccoon, maybe it's not. I also can't get over the fact that the hatch is in such a weird, inaccessible place over the stairs. I need to investigate, but I'm not quite sure how right now.
Homie. Don't be investigating.
November
Don't be doing
28th.
it.
A lot has happened in the last week, but I was away for Thanksgiving, so I'm just now able to write it all down. The noises from the ceiling haven't let up, but the pole I ordered didn't arrive before I had to leave for the holiday, so I didn't actually get it until late Friday night. I planned to investigate the next morning and went to bed. I'd barely fallen asleep when I woke up to an incredibly loud crash above me. It
Oh,
sounded like
shit.
someone had dropped a bowling ball. I bolted upright in bed and immediately felt strange. There was a weird energy.
Majesty
around me.
Mode is kind of loving this.
I
I'm
can't
kind of
explain
scared to
it.
death.
After about a minute, I heard another crash. I briefly thought about grabbing my shoes and booking it, but that would mean passing under the hatch, and that seemed like a bad idea. So instead, I just listened and waited. Though I'm not sure for what. The crash happened again and then again. Probably about 15 times in a row, followed by a long silence. Then I
Jesus
heard
Christ. So, guys, listen. I'm scared to death. The wind sounds like it's blowing, but also... Hold on. What is that? Okay. I was really scared. So, where my house is, I live, up the road from or up the driveway really, from a chicken farm, and a chicken truck just went down the driveway, and I was like, what is that?
I heard a smaller creaky sound come from the hallway. In my mind, I registered it as a footstep, but it really could have been anything. I stayed still, but there were no more sounds after that. I lay back down, still tense and nervous, but I must have fallen asleep at some point because I woke up the next morning and everything seemed normal again. I got dressed and left to go get a bagel, same as every Saturday. As I made my way down the stairs, something crunched under.
Oh my gosh, Frisbee says David Death lives in the hatch. Oh Jesus Christ, I'm gonna lose my mind. Dude, Rachel, yeah, exactly. David's probably been bothering everybody in this building, so they just were like, peace out, homie.
My feet. I looked down and noticed a pile of debris on the stairs, directly under the hatch. It could have been old plaster or something. I glanced up at the hatch and noticed something else peculiar. The edge of something was caught in it, barely poking out.
I see it. Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's hard to see because it's up so far, but I took a photo. Now, at this point, bagels were the last thing on my mind. I went back upstairs and grabbed the pole.
Do not,
I set my
Adam.
camera on the coat wardrobe at the top of the stairs and hit record, just to make sure it would be caught on video if a demon burst out of the hatch or something.
Big mood. Oh, he's getting right under it. No, homie. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I jumped out of the way and practically fell down the stairs trying to dodge whatever it was that fell. At first I thought it was a dead squirrel, which would honestly explain a lot. It hit the steps and bounced down to the first floor. I went upstairs to get my phone and collapse the pole since it's so long and unwieldy, then went back downstairs to investigate the object that fell. At first, I wasn't even sure what it was. It was dingy, faded black. I picked it up and realized what it was. A simple leather shoe. I hustled back upstairs and texted my landlord. I told him I thought there was something in the crawl space and asked if he could investigate. He said he'd come by later with a ladder and check it out. A few hours later, my landlord was on a ladder, shining a flashlight into the crawl space. I stared up at him, half expecting something to grab him and yank him into the darkness. He angled his flashlight all around, finally saying, "There's nothing up here."
Oh, Jesus
But then
Christ.
he goes, "Oh wait." I watched as he reached up into the emptiness with his free arm, and when he pulled it back, he had something small and round in his hand. He climbed down the ladder and handed it to me.
It's a ball.
Again, I wasn't quite sure of what I was looking at. It was smooth and shiny, and at first I thought it was an old piece of candy, but it was cold and too heavy to be candy. After a second, I realized it was a marble. It was so worn that I hadn't registered it as a marble at first. Its shape was also sort of weird, with a little bump on one end. My landlord seemed unbothered for the most part, and told me to call him if I heard anything else.
Why was a shoe and a marble up there, landlord? Excuse me. Excuse me. Adam, did you tell him that you found a child's shoe that fell out of there? Excuse me. Yo, this is too much for me. Too much. Majestic Mode is laughing at the chicken truck joke. It was not a joke. It is a chicken truck. They come in, grab the chickens, and take them out and murder them. Frisbee, you would not be allowed to go up in that hatch. I would not allow you to do that. No. Audio mysteries and dramas with me? Oh, I have great reactions, homie. Yes, the
I went
best.
back
The
inside
best.
and headed to my office to see if I could figure anything out about how this marble somehow made its way into my ceiling. I had nothing to go on, and in short, I really didn't learn much. But I did figure out the bump in the marble, I think. Apparently in the early 1900s, they made marbles by
Murder
hand and cut them with big
chickens,
metal
yes.
scissors, which would mean the marble is probably really old. Anyway, now I have a decrepit old shoe and a marble sitting on my dresser. I guess this is the new normal. December 12th. Sorry for the long break. I haven't been feeling great the past couple weeks, and I haven't had time to update. There also wasn't much to say for the most part. I wasn't sleeping well, and I was having weird dreams, but they were vague and hard to describe. I'm sleepy all day long, and I've been getting sudden bouts of dizziness. I chalked it up to always having earbuds crammed in and made a mental note to get my ears checked. Other than that, things were pretty quiet. I sort of fooled myself into thinking that finding those items in the attic somehow ended all this. Not that that would make much sense. But last week, things started to happen. Late on Wednesday, I woke up with a start and felt something strange, like something had just been watching me. I turned on the light, but I was alone. Still, there was a tangible feeling of badness. Everything
Because you
felt
stole David's
wrong.
shoe and he's coming
Sort
looking
of like
for
when
it.
you have the flu and you wake up at night and you really can't tell where you are for a minute. It was a feeling I'm used to. It always accompanies David. People tweet at me a lot saying he might just need help, but I'm certain that's not the case. Every time he shows up, I feel a palpable sense of malice. There's what I
Trying to
felt
kill
that
you.
night.
Trying to kill
Malice.
you.
Dread. But still, I was alone. I was so tired I just wound up going back to sleep. I've been so exhausted recently I can barely function. The next night the same thing happened. I woke up suddenly feeling like I had just missed something. Like a candle had just gone out and I could still smell it. I thought about using the pet cam from the living room to monitor my bedroom while I slept, but the cord was too short to get the camera high enough to see the entire room. So I improvised. I downloaded an app that takes a photo every 60 seconds and set my phone on top
Oh,
of a
Jesus
bookcase.
Christ, him in these
It's
photos.
almost 7 feet tall, so it had a pretty good view of my bed and the surrounding room. Then I went to sleep. Just like before, I
Rachel,
bolted awake
exactly. You
hours
never
later,
take gifts from them,
feeling
and you
sane
never make
unease.
a bargain
I turned
with
on the light and
them.
hurried out of bed to get to my phone from the bookcase. There were probably 350 photos to scroll through. Now, the
Frisbee's
vast
right.
majority of them were me
It
sleeping
was
in an
over.
empty
It was
room.
over.
It's sort of dark, but you can see me sleeping. I'd left a couple lights on just in case anything showed up, but for the first 100 or so photos, it was just me in an empty room. Then, suddenly he was there, standing on the chair at the foot of the bed staring at me. In the next photo from a minute later, he seems to be staring straight up at the ceiling. Just staring. Then he appears to collapse on the chair. The next dozen photos are all the same. He's completely lifeless. At first I thought he was dead, which obviously doesn't make any sense. I looked over
Oh
at
my
the
God,
chair,
BK,
half
I
expecting
hate
him to
this.
still be
I hate
there,
this. I
but
can't watch
it was
this.
empty. But then, in the next photo, he's gone. The room was totally empty again. He's gone over the next several photos, too. I figured maybe that was it, but I kept swiping through the photos. About 15 photos later, he was back, standing next to the bed. It was just like the last
Oh
time
my God,
saw
I can't.
him.
I cannot.
That's when my heart started to race. I didn't want to look at the rest of the photos, but I knew I had to. I swiped to the next photo, and my heart sank into my stomach. was
Oh
on the
no.
bed,
Oh no,
inches
no,
from me.
no.
Staring down at me sleeping. The next one was worse. In the next photo, he's staring right at the camera. After that, there's seemingly nothing. He disappears again, and the rest of the scroll is just me alone in my room again. That is, until the last photo.
Oh no, I can't look at this. I can't. I'm not. Tell me when it's over. I can't look at this. I can't. I can't. I'm not looking. I'm too scared.
January 2nd.
I
So I've
couldn't
been
look
away
at it,
from the
guys. I'm
city for a
sorry.
couple
I could
weeks.
not. I could not.
I went home to Montana for the holidays, and almost immediately I started to feel better.
God,
Less
I couldn't
tired,
look at that
less
last
foggy,
one. I couldn't.
Up until now. I haven't really entertained the thought of moving, thinking that David would probably just follow me wherever I go. But when I left for Montana, everything seemed to improve. Like, maybe David wouldn't follow me after all. Maybe he was tied to the house, not me. Being home felt safer, and I managed to relax a bit. I even started browsing
Bro
listings
is
for new
pissed
apartments
about the
back in New
marble.
York. The
He is.
last
He's
thing
like,
I
where's
want to do is
my
move in the
damn
middle of
marble?
winter. But after the past few months, it seemed like it might be worth it. It felt like
Frisbee,
there might be a way
yeah,
out.
it was. It was.
But after a few days, I started
It
to feel
definitely
strange
was.
again. One night, I got up to go to the bathroom, and as I stood there in the dark, I couldn't help feeling like there was something moving outside the bathroom window. The bathroom looks out into the backyard, and it was pitch black. I could barely see anything, but it is Montana, and there are animals passing through all the time. Sure enough, in the morning I found animal tracks in the snow. The next night the same thing happened. I got up in the middle of the night and thought I saw movement in the blackness outside. This time I stood at the window and gazed out, straining my eyes to see, waiting for them to adjust to the night. For a long time I stared out into the snowy darkness, but couldn't see any movement. Just as I was about to turn away, I saw something lurk off to the right and disappear from view.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Again, it was too dark to make out the animal, but it could have been anything. In the morning, as I was getting out of the shower, I glanced out the window and noticed tracks behind the garage. I couldn't tell what they were from the bathroom, so I got dressed, put on my coat, and went outside. When I got up close, my heart practically stopped. They weren't tracks. They were footprints. Really small footprints. I followed them across the backyard, but they disappeared into the ditch out back. I stood there in the snow, not knowing what to do. What could I do? Call the cops and tell them I found footprints in the snow? The last couple nights I was too scared to leave my room. If it had been David out there in the snow, it meant that he could follow me anywhere. No matter where I moved, he could find me. I felt helpless. I flew back to New York the day after Christmas. Back in my apartment, it seemed like I was at square one yet again. I've tried everything I can think of. I've saged my apartment. I've hired a medium. Nothing has worked. And worse, I still feel him at night, watching me from different corners of my room, always getting closer and waking up right
Rachel,
before something happens.
he ain't just walking. He's
For the past few
transporting
months, I've been using
himself.
that app that takes photos every couple minutes, but nothing has shown up. For whatever reason, it doesn't seem to work anymore, but I've left it running just in case. It's picked up absolutely nothing, save for one thing, from last night. Now, last night was particularly bad. I felt sick and had nightmares all night. I dreamed that David was hovering in the corner by the ceiling, far off the ground.
Guys, okay, hold on. I have to pee so bad, but I'm kind of scared to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna leave everything up. So if y'all see anything creepy, please let me know. I don't want to be haunted. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Guys, that was like the most terrifying pee I've ever taken in my life. I was sitting there like this. That was the most terrifying walk to the bathroom that I've ever had in my life. I was like... But yeah, if the lights were moving, I have a vent like right in between my bookshelves, and that's probably why. You don't like the idea of chicken murder trucks driving by me? It's okay, homie. It's okay, I promise. It's just, the chickens at the chicken house are alive. They are very well and alive and just getting ready to be taken to a chicken plant to be packaged into chicken that we eat. Better than living next to a slaughterhouse. True, true. I'm back though, I'm back. I'm here. But God, was I not scared. Anyway, let's finish this video. I'm gonna have nightmares tonight.
He was
So.
mouthing something, but I couldn't hear any words. Then he was hovering above my bed, staring down at me, his mouth moving faster than it should be. I couldn't move. I could only look up at him. Suddenly he plummeted downward and I felt this huge pressure crash into my chest. I woke up gasping, the wind completely knocked out of me. I sat up and looked around frantically, heaving for air, but there was nothing. When I caught my breath, I retrieved my phone from the dresser. The photo roll showed nothing of note, save for the last photo, taken just a moment before.
Oh my God, no.
I don't know what to do. I'm at a loss here.
Jesus Christ.
I just don't know.
Oh no. Oh no, I hate it. Oh no.
January 16th. Sorry for the long delay. Honestly, I wasn't sure I was going to tweet again. After what happened a couple weeks ago, everything stopped.
Biting off
I
my
wasn't having
acrylics.
dreams anymore, and I was feeling better. I was sleeping through the night again. Actually, I was feeling great. I still do. But things have been sort of weird too. It's hard to explain. I'll try, but I don't know if any of it makes sense. Basically, as good as things have been these past couple weeks, I still can't shake the feeling that something is off. I've been sleeping fine, and I have lots of energy during the day, but sometimes I seem to sort of lose time, I guess. I'll look up at a clock and realize a whole hour has gone by, and I don't even remember any of it. Or I'll mishear someone and ask them to repeat what they said, but they'll say they didn't say anything. Little stuff like that. But after what I've been through, that's not a big deal. Now, despite all that, I felt ready to put it all behind me. So on Sunday, I opened up Twitter intending to update you all that it was over, or at least I thought so. I just want things to go back to the way they were, and it seemed like they had. I was writing something to that effect when I noticed I had way more notifications than usual. I swiped to my mentions and saw that everyone was tweeting to me about something I'd posted to my Instagram story the day before, saying they saw something weird. The stories are expired now, but I have screenshots and I don't know how to explain it. Long story short, I went to brunch on Sunday with a friend. I posted a few photos to my story and they were fairly unremarkable. Here's the first two I posted. Totally dumb and normal. They're really boring brunch photos. I posted one more photo of me and my friend before leaving, and that was that. But the next day, I had a zillion messages about the third photo I posted. People had taken screenshots and sent them to me.
Oh dear.
Now,
I hate this.
This is what somehow got uploaded to my Instagram story. I have no clue what happened. It looked perfectly fine on my phone when I uploaded it. I'd say it was just a glitch, but I can't make any sense of what's happening with my face. Maybe I can. I know what it looks like. what
don't
it
say
probably
it.
is.
No.
But I don't know if I care anymore. I just really want things to be normal again, and things feel normal enough right now. I don't know. I guess I'll keep you updated if something else happens.
Oh, and that was it. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Y'all, what? That was it, BK. Is there anything else, or was that it? Oh, Jesus Christ, y'all. He needs an exorcism immediately. Immediately. Oof. Bro. Bro, I know. That was the end of it. Adam's fine, though. He posts on social media every day. I see his comics every day. Guys. Phew. I can't handle no more scare tonight. I can't. If you guys want to... Oh, this is just Cynthia right here. She's living her life. Rain has one more 10-minute video. Oh my god, will this ever end? Adam is now the Fae. Oh dear Christ, on a bicycle. Oh no. No, I don't think he named his child David. I'm almost positive that he didn't. Let's look him up on the old Insta or on Google. Oh, murder. Okay, I got you. I got you, BK. I got you. Oh my god, so apparently they're turning Dear David into a movie? I feel real sus about that. I don't feel too great about that. Really feeling, is anybody gonna sleep tonight though? Like, for real, for real? I don't think I'm gonna be able to. Yeah, they are apparently making a film based on this story. And I don't know. I don't know what to feel about it. No, I didn't see it on the playlist, BK. Should we watch it? I mean, we've come this far. Hold, please. See if I can't pull it up. I have Discord closed right now. Guys, I'm scared to death. Well, the Discord is not opening, so lovely. Yeah, Discord is not opening right now. It really doesn't want me to see that video, BK. Let me go to the web version. I have the app on my computer. Open Discord. Yeah. Alright. BK, where did you put it? Oh, I see it. I found it. We good. Rachel, that is really good advice. Alright, here we go. One more, guys. One more. Come through, Rainbot.
We've seen online horror and weirdness manifest itself in many different forms over the years.
Okay, the way this is vibing right now to her voice is giving me Big Red Rose. Big Red Rose.
Pain letters, creepypastas, true tales from Reddit, you get the idea.
Whoa, BK, I
In
really appreciate that.
2017,
Thank you so
however,
much.
We began seeing a small wave of new age horror stories emerge via sites like Twitter, the most popular and notable of which obviously being the story of illustrator Adam Ellis and a ghost child he calls
BK
David.
is the real MVP.
Now, I have made a few videos covering this in a narrative format in order to best showcase the supposed haunting, and there were a couple times throughout where I would break away from the story in order to make some observations. Tonight, we're going to be expanding on that, and taking a step back from the story in order to better analyze the Dear David phenomenon. At first, most of the Dear David story was about night.
Pause. BK, apparently Rainbot has exploring at Teletubby Fact video, and I want it. I need to see it. We're not gonna watch it tonight, but I need to add this to the playlist. Hold on. Dang it. Hold on. I got BK. Add this exploring at Teletubbies Fact to the playlist. I really need to see it.
Nightmares, sleep paralysis, hearing strange noises, and things of that nature. The sort of standard things you hear from someone who thinks they're being haunted. Because of this, it was easy to assume that the story, while definitely still creepy and interesting, was ultimately the product of paranoia or an overactive imagination. As the months progressed, however, things
That video is
definitely
strange. I'm
escalated
here
way
for it.
beyond the point anyone expected it to. What started out as simply a man having nightmares gradually turned into videos of his pets behaving strangely, objects moving on their own, and eventually full-on photographs of the ghost child known as David. Of course, at this point it's safe to say that the Dear David story is way too articulated to actually be the product of paranoia or someone misinterpreting simple coincidence for paranormal activity. The story is just way too structured.
Whoa,
Keep in
BK,
mind,
thanks. I
Dear
really
David
like
has
her.
been going on since August of last year and clearly took some thought to pull off. So, given all this, what could Adam's motivations be? For those of you who don't know, prior to Dear David, Adam Ellis was most known for his webcomics and contributing to
I
BuzzFeed.
love his webcomics.
He even wrote his own
So
article
good.
on the site when David supposedly first showed up. Now, Adam's career as an illustrator has led many to believe that this is how he possessed the skills needed to create the now infamous photos of David. He definitely hit the creepy mark here, but just by looking at these photos, you can already come up with ideas on how he created them. Mr. Dark, a friend of mine from DreadCentral.com and Brainwaves Radio, had one of the photos analyzed by a private investigator. The photo was put through analysis software, and this was the conclusion they came to. I believe the Dear David photo has been altered, and not like it was cleaned up to make it easier to see. More like, the place where the kid/ghost is sitting was a separate layer in Photoshopped, and an attempt was made to blur the transition from the kid/ghost to the background. That's why it looks like there's a colored halo around where the kid/ghost is sitting. A blending tool
That
transition would look
makes a lot of
exactly like
sense.
that.
Okay. Alright. So, as a photographer and a highly skilled photo editor, thank you very much, college and my self-taught mastery courses in Photoshop and Lightroom, I can, like, if I'm not looking at that from, like, a photography standpoint, I'm like, oh, that's creepy. But now,
Think
I
of it
could
like
definitely
this.
see where, like, a blend tool would have been used around those edges.
I can
for
put a
sure.
band-aid on my cheek. It has really clear borders, but if I wanted to make it look like it was skin, I would have to use a blending tool, makeup, to try and blend that color from the band-aid to my skin. The makeup in this analogy would be that glow/halo around where the ghost/kid is sitting. It's the mark of it having been blended from one portion to the other.
Yeah, that makes
So
a lot of
yes,
sense.
It's very likely that Photoshop was used here, but many also think that David is actually some kind of practical prop. Of course, it is completely possible that the photos were created using a mix of both practical effects and Photoshop to finish them off. Given Adam's line of work in Creative Network, this obviously wouldn't be too much of a stretch for him.
Oh yeah, it would be
Another
totally
thing
easy.
to note about Adam is that on top of being an illustrator, he is also a published author. And yes, he has been teasing the release of a new book in 2018. He's even acknowledged this and denied that Dear David is a PR stunt to promote said book. Okay, so let's give him the benefit of the doubt for a second. We can't prove if this is true or not until the book actually comes out, since we have no idea what it's even about at the moment. So if not a PR stunt, what does that leave us with? Let's take a look into something similar. The story of Manuel and the tweets that started it all for him. I've been on vacation for 2 days at a hotel close to the beach. Everything was going fine until some weird stuff started to happen. This afternoon, I was reading in my room when I heard the door open. I am traveling alone, and the first thing that crossed my mind was that it would be a member of the hotel staff. When I went into my room, I found a tall, skinny man. He looked very nervous and was pacing around. He was moving so fast. He seemed to be scouring the room or something.
I love how
I
she
spoke to him
left
and
out I
looked at
shot
him.
myself a little.
That actually made me less tense because when we made eye contact, he didn't look aggressive. He was mostly disoriented and had a sad gaze. I came close to him and he grabbed me firmly by the arm. He started to speak very fast, but I couldn't make sense of what he was saying. At first, I thought he was speaking a language I couldn't recognize, but I soon started to understand a few words. He spoke Spanish, but the words were in the wrong order. Some sentences began correctly, but rapidly deteriorated. He shouted something at me, turned around, and before he left, I noticed that he was carrying a card just like the one I used to enter my room. A card like this one.
Ooh, fancy.
Things only got weirder for Manuel from there. One highlight from his week-long vacation in hell is when he returned to his hotel room to find a pencil had been left on the floor. Shortly after, he managed to locate the message the pencil was used to write. Now, I obviously can't get into the entire story right now, but trust me, it's pretty interesting. Think Dear David, but with a stalker-like figure instead of a ghost child. Anyway, yes, this was obviously all staged, but just because it was, doesn't mean it wasn't enjoyable. Manuel had started his vacation with roughly 15,000 Twitter followers, and by the time the week was over, he shot up to over 300,000. He also didn't waste any time coming out about the matter once the story was over. In fact, he's given interviews on it. He spoke to NewStatesman.com and explained that the story wasn't necessarily planned out entirely. Instead, he had a general time frame and improvised whenever he needed to. He also explained, "My goal was to have a good time telling a story in a different format and in a different medium from the ones I use regularly." When the story ended, the trending topic that showed up in Spain was #ThanksManuel, with followers thanking
yeah.
me for how much they enjoyed it. It was very exciting. A lot of people wrote to me privately to tell me that my story encouraged them to tell their own stories and to think of different ways to do it than the usual. To have managed to provoke all of this in people is one of the things that I will remember most. Of course, this is just one case, but it is entirely possible that what we're seeing unfold with Dear David is something similar. A creative, semi-improvised story that's being told with an untraditional medium, in this case, social media.
I think that's
Sure,
a
one
fair
could argue
assumption.
that something like this lacks significance in the world of storytelling. All you'd need to do, after all, is post stuff on Twitter. But is it really that simple? Twitter, by nature, allows us to follow along with a story as it's happening. It's extremely effective when it comes to things like cliffhangers and feeding us information in intervals. In fact, this is exactly what Adam uses to his advantage. He feeds us information in the form of a thread, causing us to follow along with every story beat as if it's got an actual rhythm to it. His posts are always systematic, starting out softly, introducing that more strange things have happened, then continuing deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole until eventually we get a payoff such as a video or photos. It's all very structured in terms of delivery. Consider how the story was told. Rather than releasing photos of David right out the gate, Adam elected to have the story be more of a slow burn, giving us just enough to nibble on each time until eventually escalating the narrative to where we are now. Think of horror movies. specifically ones that take their time with atmosphere, characters, and pacing, as opposed to relying solely on jump scares. So yes, Dear David may just be a work of fiction, but maybe that isn't such a bad thing. Now, I say we should just enjoy it for what it is and appreciate it while it lasts. Of course, given where we're at with the story now, it does seem that Dear David may be coming to a close soon, but all we can do is wait and see.
That was a good ending. That was a good ending. That was great. 10 out of 10. Yeah, Frisbee, I totally agree. The horror it created and the story was quite intriguing. It was, and it was actually very scary. I was very, emotionally involved. Like, still a little scared, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Still a little scared. Probably still not gonna sleep. But yeah, I could totally see how that all was staged and the Photoshop and stuff used. So that's really interesting to me. Anyway, guys. Oh my god, the new Fall Out Boy album is out right now. I gotta go. I gotta go listen to my boys. I love you guys so much. Thank you for hanging out. Let's just meet up in the Discord where we can stay up all night together. Because I'm probably not gonna sleep. Yeah, BK, thanks so much for that. I was really, truly scared. I really was. I'm like, biting off my acrylics. But, yeah. BK, thanks so much for bringing the scares. I was truly horrified. I was very, very scared. Rachel, I don't know. I don't know how he got the shoe up there. I don't know. But it wasn't there to begin with. I wonder if he put it up there with the pole beforehand. Like, put it on the end of the pole and kind of wedged it in a way where it would stick. And that way when he went to go do the, like, regular video where it's falling out, he just had to put the pole up and there it was. But if he had the shoe on the end of the pole, he could have wedged it in the side, kind of where it was. So that way when he lifted it, it would just fall out. If that makes any sense. And for the marble, don't know about the marble. Maybe that was already up there. I don't know. Marble was a little weird. Marble could have been staged too, though, because we didn't see, like, the landlord pulling that out of the ceiling. That's okay, Frisbee. No, I have to answer these conspiracy theories, of course. Before I go listen to the new Fall Out Boy album and the new Grandson single. Oh, TBD, thank you so much. I love you. I love you so much. But, Rachel, does that make sense? Like, I don't know. It was very good story though, like, Chef's Kiss, it was great. I was definitely scared. I was scared. And, honestly not gonna sleep tonight. That's still, like, in my brain. It's like when I watch Red Rose, Frisbee, where they're doing, like, the fire out in the woods. And, she sees her, like, I'm trying not to give any spoilers, but she sees her mom and it's like the no face. That gave me nightmares. I couldn't sleep for days. That's how, like, easily I get scared. Like, I could not sleep for days after I watched that on Red Rose. Whoa, thanks, BK. I appreciate that. Okay, alright, we'll see the end next time. We will. Dude, Frisbee, I was so freaky. Oh my gosh, that scared me so bad. Like, I could not sleep. I had to like have a YouTube video from one of my comfort channels playing, had to have all the lights on, which is not me. And then even when like I was about to fall asleep, I felt like somebody was watching me, and I was like, ugh. Which honestly, it could be my dad. Like 100% could just be him hanging out with me, like, "What's up, Bean?" But it's still really creepy, and I hate it. I don't even want to go outside of my room again. Like, I just want to stay in here. I don't want to go to the bathroom and wash my makeup off, even though I really need to. I was like, or I could stay here where it's safe. Dude, Frisbee, they were using AI to do that. Like, I felt like they, probably got all the information before they started doing that mess to her. Got pictures of her mom. Set up that AI generated deal. Frisbee, truth though. You're right. Technology nowadays is crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, guys, I kind of don't want to leave. I'm kind of just like in a safe space with you. I'm just like, okay, my homies are here. We're safe. No, David's not gonna get us. And I'm like, but yeah, guys, that's a little scary. A little scary. Kind of don't want to be alone right now. Kind of don't want to cut the stream. Because I'm a little scared. Me just sitting here the rest of the night. Not talking very much. Just hanging out. Listening to the new Fall Out Boy on my AirPod. Wow. TBD. Amen. A freaking man. Homie safe zone? Yeah, homie safe zone. That's what we got here. The homie safe zone. TBD though. You right, homie. You right. Have fun listening to Fall Out Boy. True that. Okay. I'm really leaving. All alone? Frisbee, are you leaving too? Are you gonna leave? I'm being abandoned. I am being abandoned. Okay. I see how it is. I see how it is. Playing balloons. I'm not playing balloons tonight. Frisbee, I can't believe you would abandon me like that. I thought we were homies. Sad bean noise. Indeed. The saddest bean noise. Oh my gosh. BK, you don't fall asleep until 7 in the morning, homie? Whoa, that's crazy. Frisbee, I hope you're always here for me. I hope so. Alright, guys. I'm really gonna try to go. I guess. I don't want to be alone, but it is what it is. I'm gonna be messaging you all individually in the Discord. I'm gonna be like, hey guys, do you want to come hang out on the voice channel until the sun comes back up and we're not scared anymore? Guys, I'm scared. But I'm gonna go. Frisbee, send in my favorite YouTube emote. Alright, for real guys, I love you so much. BK, that's fair, homie. That is fair. TBD, thank you. Thank you. Alright, I really am gonna try to go. But I love you guys. I'll probably message you